Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. How are we? Hello, 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 hello. Tattooed on me one day? I hope you do. I hope you do. I hope and pray that you do. Bessie, when were those taxes? Oh, girl, I get a call this morning. I'll go over it here in just a second. I'll wait for everybody to get in because, girl, I got a freaking call from my accountant. I had to drive all the way there. It actually was a better thing. I had to pay less money, but I had to amend things. It was, oh, God. It was a whole thing. You know what I mean? A whole thing. Oh, slay. Hey, babes. Hello, hello. It was a whole damn thing. But I have something exciting to show you guys that we're going to open on stream today that I got from, well, let me just show you. Hold on. Hold on. Yes. Ta-ta. Woo, baby. Oh, she big. For those who don't know, this is a hard set to get right now. And my gaming store had it in stock today, only there was a line out the door. So I stopped on my way back to be like, well, I said, if they have one, I'll get it. If they don't, I won't. And I was able to get one. So I was like, you know what? Fine. So we have that. We have that to open later today. Holy shit, that's a big one. Not the first time I've heard that one, baby. Okay. Not the first time I've heard that one. Greg and me by Carissa. I'm glad. I'm glad, but no, happy Wednesday. It's good to see you guys. It's good to see you guys. I'm feeling good. I'm a little tired. I didn't get a lot because of these taxes thing. I have not been able to get anything done this week. Well, not that I haven't got anything done this week, but I haven't been able to get the things I want to get done this week because every morning this week I've had to go drive a half an hour and a half an hour back and do all this taxes stuff. So I'm like, girl, I'm like, ugh. I'm like, girl. But no, so basically what happened, no, I was in the front of the line, thankfully. The line was so long, but like I got there like 25 minutes before they opened, and then like 10 minutes later, the line was like out the door crazy. So this morning I get a call from my accountant being like, hey, we tried to submit your taxes, but it got denied. And I was like, oh, okay, T, why? It turns out that my Jen 94, thank you for the sub. Also, wait, also a sub. Majestic, also thank you for the sub at tier 2, by the way. Oh, you're a baddie. Helping us with that plus goal. W subs. No, so basically what happened is I went to, because I have private health insurance, George said we're starting a hype train. Well, I tell my tax story. Because I have private insurance and Murph with 500 biddies. Holy cow. Wow, you guys are going crazy. Thank you. Ow.
Hold on. This is your family. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro.
Are the alerts quieter than they normally are? Why do they feel really quiet to me? Or do they sound normal to me? Hello? Wait, do they sound quieter? A little, right? Is it any quiet for anyone else? I'm like, wait. They sound super quiet. I don't know why they sound so quiet to me. T. Interesting. That one needs to be quiet TBH. Yeah, a little. I'm like, hold on. Wait, let me play it. Let me play the hype train emote and see if that sounds normal. Hold on.
All aboard.
Does it sound normal? It might have just been that alert. Yeah, that one sounds normal. I don't know. I must have turned that one down then. I don't know. The other Wendy Williams one also sounded quiet to me, so I was like, hello. So no, anyway, so I get a call from my accountant this morning. So basically, because I pay for private health insurance and I go through New York State of Health, there is a thing that happens where New York State of Health will pay like tax credit on your health insurance if you are income like qualified or something. For those who know, you know. If you don't, you don't. It doesn't matter. But basically, they paid like $400 total for the full year on my on all my health insurance. Mind you, that's like what, not that much a month on my health insurance bill. for last year. And so I guess I had to also file that as like a 1095. So they wouldn't accept the IRS would not accept my submission because of that specifically. So I had to go. They didn't send me this form. I had no idea. I didn't get sent this form. I had nothing in the mail, nothing at all. Of course. So I get a call at like 9:30 as I'm like getting up and getting ready. I'm like, oh my God, I have a million things I'm going to do today. I got plans. Yeah, Aaron, mine's 700 right now. I was like, I got this all nope, day through the ringer. I was like, okay, whatever. So basically I had to drive all the way there, but thankfully, I don't know how this worked out. My federal payment was now $1,000 less. So like, I guess I saved $1,000, which I guess is better than not. I guess it's better than that. City, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Instead of it being $10,000, it was $9,000 instead for the payment. So I was like, okay. But the issue was I mailed everything out yesterday. I mailed out all my taxes yesterday. I mailed out the checks. They all went there. Yeah. So I was like, okay, $1,000 Pokemon all? Yeah, no. $1,000 for next year's insurance. I was like, okay, well, great. Doing mailing the wrong payment. Yes. Yeah. So thankfully we were able to, there was a thing that my accountant did where they were able to amend it and send a letter to the IRS where I won't have to pay extra money because the amount that I sent was not the full amount. So we're okay. We're going to be okay, I guess. Thankfully, we're going to be okay, to my knowledge. But I had to re-sign forms for everything to be resubmitted. But I had to mail out a second check today. And now I'm like, girl, what if they cash both? Or I didn't have to send a new check. I had to send out a form today. But I was like, girl, if I had to send out a second check, I would have been so nervous. You know what I mean? So anyways, that was my journey this morning. And I was like, I was nervous I was gonna have to pay more. I was like freaking out. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. But then I got it back that I was paying less, and I was like, oh wait, that's slay. I'll take less. Like, I won't complain about that. You know what I mean? So I guess better than not. Hi Liz, how are you? But it did occupy my entire morning once again. So I feel like I've done nothing this week. Literally, George. And that's the thing. It's like, girl, they knew. It's like, and you know they fucking know because guess what? They said they're not accepting it because they didn't have that form. I'm like, so girl, you know exactly what you need and you're just not telling us what you need. Like, you know, and that's what makes me go crazy. I'm like, you're making us, it's like insane to me. I'm like, okay, girl, damn. So anyways, all that to say, I got taken care of, but I'm annoyed because I haven't been able to do anything. I've gotten like none of my work done because I've been like freaking locked and loaded on that. Guys, thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it. She wants to be so mysterious. And I'm like, girl, I need you to not be mysterious. I need you to just tell me what I owe and call it a goddamn day. So anyways, that was my morning. So that's what I spent the whole morning doing. But then I stopped at my local card shop because they had Ascended Heroes and I got it. So I did it. And I also got some other Pokemon cards that I opened already. So I did not pay it twice. No. Thankfully, my state taxes remain the same, so that one went out. Sure, Cheyenne, of course. And then my federal taxes I paid, I did not pay the full amount that was due. I only paid $5,000 of the $9,000. George!
Baby, I shake that ice.
No, not yet, Megan.
I shake that ice. Shake that ice.
Shake that.
I shake that ice. Shake that ice. Shake that.
George said, actually, let's wait until after the hype train's over. Noted. Clocked on that one. After it ended, Queen. I see you clocked. Thank you so much, George. I appreciate it. I so appreciate it. George, and the Catholic Church do the, girl, I have no idea. There is an Old Testament. Yes, there's an Old Testament and New Testament. Yeah. Interesting choice. Yeah. But anyway, so as I was saying, did you see they released new playmats on the Pokemon? Yes, no, I can't see it because I'm still fucking banned from the website. Dion. I'm still banned. Aimless Hot Mess, thank you for the follow. I'm still banned from the Pokemon Center website, so I can't. So no, I didn't get to see it. No, you're fine, Shane. I didn't get to see it because I'm still banned on that website. Service refund expeditiously. What happened there? I was refreshing too fast, and they thought I was a bot and banned my IP address. It happened live on stream. It was awful. It was awful. It's going good, Cassie. But no, I know they came out with new planters, and Mallard sent them to me, and I'm like, oh, I need those planters. But also, we're going to wait. But also, I want them so bad. Like, if I get the planters, I'll put them here and put, like, little succulents in them. You know what I mean? We were literally in the queue. Palmer released me, though. Yeah. That's crazy. I have to like just contact customer service and they'll unban my IP. But the issue is the wait time is like 7 hours right now. Oh, so you're a plant gay? I am a plant gay. I'm not a plant gay in here because this room gets no sunlight. This room gets 0 sunlight in here. Girls probably no, I did earlier. Why am I energetic? You mean? I'm just energized. Band, you're going fast. Am I? Oh, I don't know. I'm just energized. Damn. Let a girl live. No, I am a plant gay. But the plants are outside. So because there's just no, oh, thank you, Night, I appreciate it. So there's no plants in this room because it's all darkness in this room. As you can see, when I turn off my my lights, I couldn't, you know what I mean? Like I can't, there'd be nothing, like what am I gonna do in here? You know what I mean? Like, just nothing. You're doing great, sweet. Thank you. The brick wall and blackout curtain, unfortunately, yeah, does it to you. Does it to you. Haunted house vibes. That's dark. I know. It is kind of spooky, isn't it? It is kind of spooky. United, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yes, I did get some cards today. We are gonna open them up. I opened some for TikTok already, but I got this today. This is the I already have the Gardevoir one, but I got the Lucario one today. I kind of was like, well, I got my taxes done. So basically my card shop in town posted yesterday that they only had a few in stock and they were coming in and shipped in. So they were like, get here early if you want to get one. We open at 1 o'clock. And so I was like, okay, I'll pop in. Actually, you guys are going to get first because I'm not editing that video till after stream tonight. We're going to open it here in just a second, Meredith. We're going to open it here in literally just a second. Or at least part of it. We're open the packs throughout, I think, the stream today, but we're gonna start it now. And so I went, but like literally, okay, so here's the funny part, guys. So I went, right? And I was the first in line. I got there at like probably like, I just stopped right on my way back from going to the accountant. So it was like 12:15, 12:20. So I was the first person there and then it opened till 1. And I knew that if I didn't get there like before they opened, there would be a line. So I was the first one there in line. And then all of these straight frat bros came in from the college. So funny. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, oh, honey. These like buff straight frat bros. No, they're not even. No, actually, these guys, were they hot? I mean, yeah. But like these guys weren't scalpers. They actually were collectors. But they're like on the basketball team or something. It is Ascended, yeah. And one of them, like 2 weeks ago, pulled the really big Mega Gengar from this set. That's like, and he just sold it for like $1,900. So now they're on like a collecting phase right now. So anyways, I had interesting chats with them while I was waiting in line. So that was my that was the one thing I did. Even though I should have been doing work, I was like, well, I'll just do that for a little bit. But today, guys, we're gonna play Fortnite. For most of the stream. I did have fun yesterday. By the way, for those who are they scalpers or are they straight, right? $1,900 what? $1,900 for the card. Yesterday was fun. I was thinking more about Minecraft, guys. For those who were not here yesterday, we just stopped playing Minecraft in the middle of the stream because I was like, yeah, I'm done with it. I had the realization. I was like, yeah, no. I think for me, I don't know. I'm trying to conceptualize a little bit why I am like this. I've been talking to other people who've been going through the same thing. Not even that it's like I'm struggling to find enjoyment in the games that I'm playing all day, and I'm like, okay, Fortnite's been great with me lately, but I'm like, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. It's been a struggle for me lately. I won't lie to you guys. And more so than it being like I'm burnt out from streaming it, it's just like I don't actually enjoy playing the game right now. So I'm like, you know what I mean? So I was like struggling with it yesterday and I was like, yeah, this isn't fun. Guys, I'm done. Yeah, literally, I was like, you know what, guys, I'm done with Minecraft. Are you doing it? No, it's tomorrow, Dilemma. I mixed the days up. It's tomorrow. And so I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like my ADHD, if it's my like, I don't know, the meds that I'm taking just being like putting me in like a, I'm not interested in anything phase. But I feel like even sometimes with like gaming in general, I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, okay. So anyways, for Minecraft for me, I think part of the thing for me is I can't do solo Minecraft. I think solo Minecraft is like a dead zone for me personally. So I think doing either very specific like horror mods, modded Minecraft that I can find one that isn't overstimulating and makes me want to throw up, or collabs / SMP stuff where I'm actually playing with other people. I think that's when we'll do more Minecraft. And I'm going to try and start getting that together sooner rather than later. I was actually going to work on it this morning before I fucking had to, you know, go do my taxes stuff. But I think that's part of it for me, is the solo Minecraft journey is just not as stimulating, engaging. I don't know. Hi, Emily. How are you? At least right now. I feel like there's little to do in Minecraft. Yeah. It's for me, I think it's just the same. It's like, okay, I lost all my stuff. I died. We have to go mining again to get iron. And yeah, it's very grindy. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go mining every 5 seconds. Like, I get that that's the game, but I'm also like, I want to do more stuff, you know? And so that's why I was like, okay. And I think that's part of my issue with it, is that like, it's like a deflating thing, you know? A little. So hours in every now and then I take a few weeks a month off. That helps. Yeah. I've done a lot to, but yes, we've done a lot with it. And that's the thing that I'm upset about a little bit, is like we've built a lot of popularity around, and I feel like we worked really hard to build Minecraft popularity. And that's what I'm most frustrated about too, is like, I don't know why I don't love the game, because I do like the game, but I also feel like this with every game sometimes. I'm like, is this depression? Question mark. Like, am I just not interested in the game, like any game right now? Is there a reason? Like, is it something that's external and not, or like internal, that I'm not able to like figure out the thing? You know what I mean? Oop, I hit my water bottle. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I don't know. The burnout is real. I think it's normal. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's normal. Yeah, Retro was a lot of fun. Do you think you've grown out? I don't think I've grown out of it. No. Like, I don't think I've grown out of these games at all. Like, I don't think I've grown out of Fortnite. I don't think I've grown out of Minecraft. I don't think I've grown out of these games. I think I'm struggling to find, like, yes, it's like almost like gaming burnout in general. For a lot of it. You know what I mean? And so, I hate that. I'm like, why am I feeling like that? Also, because it's my job and I should be enjoying it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay. Yeah, Retro was a lot of fun. I did have a good time with that one. And I've been loving the new Fortnite season. Yes, Jesse, I do want to play that. So you can do a detox because it's your job. Yeah. If you play with people, I think it is part of that, which is why I'm trying to like encourage more conversation in chat that doesn't have to do with me. And I'm going to try and not respond as much, because part of the thing is, if you've been here, you know, I've talked about it, is like when I interact with chat and then I start doing a moment where I'm either focused or collabing with someone, chat kind of dies because I'm so locked in and I'm not able to like interact as heavy. So I think part of it is like, I got to start allowing folks to chat with each other, like how other streamers do it, you know? A little bit. Are you playing off stream? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm playing Marvel Rivals sometimes, and I'm playing Pokemon games sometimes, but no, not really. Not often. And you're running game? Yeah, I think it's, I don't know. I don't know what it is, you know? I'm excited about Black Cat, actually. She's going to be really tough to play. She looks very difficult and challenging. Frenchers, I do too. Oh, she just is so late, guys. She starts at 10 p.m. and I'm like, girl, it's 2 p.m. for me. She starts so late and I'm like, oh, look forward to it. And then it feels depressing. Yeah. And it's not even that it's like, I don't know how to describe it, because I'm not like, bored. I'm not like disgusted. I'm not like depressed about it. I just have no like want. Does that make sense? Or I don't know. It's like just nothing, no feeling. And so it's hard to like keep going when things are starting to like fall downhill, like in Minecraft yesterday when we died, for example, because I'm like, there's nothing for me. You know what I mean? If that, yeah, like unstimulated completely. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, okay, I got to see what the tea is with that. So I'm going to talk to my therapist about that tomorrow because I have a therapy appointment. Because I do think maybe it might also be my antidepressants a little bit that are making me not want to obviously I'm going through med changes, but also I've been feeling this way for months too. It's not like it was before the med changes. So I'm like, So I'm just like trying to figure out like, okay, what does a girl got to do to enjoy what she's doing? You know what I mean? And I'm like trying to figure that out a little bit, you know, because and not to say like I don't enjoy what I'm doing. Let me make that very clear. You guys know I fucking love what I do every day, but I'm like, I just want to be able to like enjoy it as much as I used to enjoy it. And it's not the streaming aspect, it's the gaming aspect of it. And it's for every game. It's for every game. You know what I mean? And then thank you for the follow. It's like not just Minecraft. Minecraft is the heavy hitter because I think it's so slow paced right now. But like Fortnite, I've had the Fortnite phases. You don't even get, girl, I can't afford to go on vacation. No vacations. Hi Panda, how are you? And so it's kind of like that a little bit. So I'm like, I don't know, you know? So I'm like trying to figure that out a little bit. So anyways, all I meant to say was bear with me on that as we figure things out. I might start doing like half streams again of like half a game when I start on time, like half Fortnite, half Marvel Rivals. And like, even if we dip on TikTok, just go on Twitch just to like really start stimulating my like, I don't know, enjoyment of things. Like, it's not enjoyment. That's not the word I'm looking for because it makes it seem like I'm like not enjoying myself when I'm doing this. It's not that. It's just that there's like nothing. If that makes sense. Yeah, fulfillment, I guess. I don't know. Fulfillment, I guess. I really don't know, you know? And that's the thing is like right now there's no games that are interesting to me. And so I think there's a bigger thing actually that it's not like there are no games are like every time someone releases a game I'm like, oh yeah, that could be fun, and then I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's every game. So I think there's like a bigger issue that that's not being addressed with myself that I don't know what it is yet, if that makes sense. If you figure it out, let me know. Yeah. And I think part of it comes with the you know, some of the things we've talked about all week about like, yeah, me, George, I haven't picked up Okopia at all, you know? So I don't know. And like, I think part of it's too like the, you know, us trying to do new content and things like that. But I'm just like, you know, I mean, it shouldn't be hard to be able to play Fortnite for, you know, 4 hours a day or play Minecraft for 4 hours a day. Like, why is this the thing that is like challenging my brain the most? And so I'm trying to figure that out a little bit. And we'll get there and we'll figure it out. But I've just been recognizing it lately. Yeah. And the thing is for me, it's like, I don't actually want to change any of the games that we're playing. Like I actually enjoy and I think that's the frustrating thing is like, everyone's like, you can change the game you want to play, like play whatever you want to play. And it's actually like, I don't want to play anything. That's the real tea. It's like, play what you want to play, but actually I have no desire right now to play anything at all. Like not a single thing. And so I think that's part of it. It's like, I have no desire, but even like games that I normally enjoy playing, I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's also, I need to switch up how I'm playing the game, Murph. I think that is that too, right? Like, I think Retro Rewind last year was so much fun, you know? I don't know if it's burnout. I don't know. I don't think so because I'm not burnt out of streaming. Like, I look forward every day to going live with you guys. You know what I mean? Like I wake up in the morning and I'm excited about going live and talking to you guys about the day, you know? You know what I mean? Sham babes, I got you. You got to use Google, babes. I don't know, babes. I'm going to be real. I don't know. I think you really have gotten to love yapping with. I do love yapping. Some random nostalgia games occasionally. Yeah, I think we got to like throw some random shit into the mix and maybe also do more I think part of it too is I need to do more just chatting like this after like a few rounds of Fortnite. Like I think we have to like have different pacing with the streams a little bit. And I think that's part of it for me is like when we're live on TikTok, like maybe we'll do like 4 rounds of Fortnite and then we'll yap for like 20 minutes and then go back to the game and then go do, you know what I mean? I think I'm going to try that a little bit as well. Yeah, exactly. I think that's part of it. The unfortunate thing is I can't do this. What we're doing right now, I love, but it doesn't work on TikTok, and that's okay. That's all right. You know what I mean? But I think I could start to like train the TikTok audience a little bit if we start like feeding it in little by little. You know what I mean? And doing some yapping. Some random nostalgic video games. Yeah. So I think that's part of it too. But I don't know. And that's the thing. But what I have found is like, I look forward, if you will, I know, jingle the keys. I look forward to the stream every single day, like every single day. And it's not even, it's not even any game mode. It's not anything like that. It's literally just gaming in general. Like, and that's what I think is the most, is what I'm actually struggling with, is that it's actually not even that it's like I'm playing Fortnite for too long, or I'm playing Minecraft for too long, or I'm playing Pokopia for too long, or I'm playing this for too long. It's actually like I just have no desire to play any video game, new games. Like I have not, like I used to game outside of stream all the time. I used to like, do a lot of Marvel Rivals, do a lot of Deadlock, do a lot of that outside of stream. And I'm like, I have not touched it, And so that's the thing I'm trying to figure out, because I look forward to streaming every day and I love it so much. Luxie with the huge raid. Hello, baddies.
It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club.
Hi, Raiders. I think a little bit key, yeah.
Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood.
What were you guys playing? Hello, welcome in. Oh my gosh, so happy to have you. What were you guys playing today? Wait, were you playing Tomodachi Life? I know that comes out tomorrow. Oh, that's so exciting. Guys, if you're new here, my name is Vinny or Zesty Bestie, and let's play my full introduction to say hello, shall we? I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Thank you guys so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. We're kind of yapping right now. We're actually talking about gaming burnout a little bit, or something beyond that. But we're just yapping for a few, and then we're playing some Fortnite. So welcome in. If you have to raid and run, please don't forget to stick around. But if you'd like to, we're just yapping before we play some games. We're gonna actually go open some Pokemon cards too here in a few minutes. So welcome in, and thank you for all the follows. We're so happy to have you. But yes, our conversation was on that recently. I've been struggling and with just wanting to play any game at all, whether it's gaming burnout or what it is. What set you opening? We picked this bad boy up today. I was able to secure I have the Gardevoir one. I got the Lucario finally, so I picked this bad boy up today because my card shop had it in stock finally. So we are opening this baddie up here shortly. Yeah. Oh my god, look at the cards. This Ascended Heroes is one of my favorite packs right now because I love the style of these cards. So I love the art style so freaking much. But yeah, we're talking about gaming burnout a little bit and just like the vibes of life and everything. So yeah, anyways, that's the full tea, that's the full shade with how I've been feeling with gaming specifically. It's like it really isn't just Minecraft, it really isn't just anything. It's like any game at all, I'm just like, okay, and that's part of the problem. It's not streaming, it's the game. And I'm like, what is going on with me? You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's part of it too, Tilly. I mean, obviously there's like external factors, I'm sure, that lead into it a little bit, but I'm also like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not sure. Because I've just, again, never had that sort of feeling before. So I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? So yeah. But that's the full thing. That's the full tea. That's the full shade of how I've been feeling. So I think that's all the stuff I wanted to say on it. But I want to appreciate you guys for letting me swap out the games a little bit yesterday and just testing new things. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it works and how things move, you know? Yeah, I think so too, Ash. The thing for me is I think it's been a growing thing. It hasn't been like since I've started taking new meds. It's also been like for months prior to it as well, where I'm just like gaming in general to me has just felt like a chore rather than like a love. Streaming does not feel like a chore, and doing it on stream does not feel like a chore, but it's like every game. And I think it started with my like Sims burnout and then my Fortnite burnout and then now Minecraft, but I'm realizing it actually isn't each individual game that I'm burning out on, and it's just gaming in general. So I'm like, okay, what's the tea, what's the shade there, you know? You know what I mean? No worries, Dragon. So anyways, that's what I'm trying to figure out a little bit, and I don't know. I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out, and we'll continue to test things and do what we do as we always do. But I'm just glad to have you guys all here, and I do hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. And why don't we open up a couple of the Pokemon card packs, and then we'll start on TikTok and play some games. I feel like Sims and Fortnite both have underlying issues going on with the company. Oh yeah, that too, Abby, for sure. Yeah, and like that's the thing is like I don't know. I'm like, girl, I don't know, you know? Because I was talking to somebody else who put a perspective, and it was like, you get to like do that and not sit in an office and do, and like, yes, the games are, you know, the job is harder in different ways, but like specifically streaming, it's like, I don't have to sit in an office and do, you know, crazy work all day. So I'm like, why am I not enjoying this as much, you know? So it's interesting. Maybe you need a story game. I've thought about that. Yeah, the chat might be frozen right now, or it's not loading fast. I'll restart it. Have you played I'm New Here Low? I'm glad to have you here. We have done story games before, and I have loved them. I think part of it is I've just found no interest in any game right now. Like a lot of people have been like recommending like different games to try or like doing new things. It's like my brain is like just not engaged in anything, and I'm like, interesting. And I'm also not gaming much outside of my stream either. And I used to game at least an hour or two a day. When I got done with stream, I would game a little bit outside. So I'm like, okay, you know, right? Sometimes, yeah. Sounds like last, yeah, I think it's partly burnout, but I'm also like, hi, Kara, how are you? We must forget the cookie streams. Yeah. I also think part of it is like, I shouldn't feel the burnout because I actually love what I'm doing. I'm just like, why am I feeling the burnout right now? Like what specifically is, I need to figure out the cause of it so I can address it because I don't know what the cause of it is, if that makes sense. So I think that's the whole kit and caboodle. There goes the chat. So that's, but Large Gamer Girl, welcome in, or Girl Gamer, welcome in. So yeah, and we'll talk about this more probably on TikTok too and throughout the stream because you guys know I love to yap about my own personal shit all the time. But let's open up this bad boy. I'm excited, and we'll open maybe like 2 packs. But are you depressed maybe? Oh girl, yes. I mean, I take depression meds. Like yes, absolutely, 100%. But it's like, specifically it's like it's being applied to gaming and not to other things right now. So I'm like, okay, clock T, you know. Your interests are growing, I think. Yes, I think so too. I do think my interests are growing in a way. In ways that I have not also really thought about too much, you know. So I think part of that, you know. I meant yes on the cards and not the depression. Yeah. Sure. Okay, so this set, guys, comes with a poster, and it also comes with, this is the card that I actually really wanted the most from the set because I don't have this card. So it is the Lucario card that I love the design for. So I'm going to set that one there so I can sleeve it. What are your chase? I don't really have any huge chase cards from the set. The set is not one that I'm like actively hunting down for. Who messed up Ice Texted? We got it fixed. Don't worry. I want the Belly Bolt Mega Attack rare. I mean, I have the Dragonite one already. I did pull the Dragonite one, so I have that one already. But I really love the Mega Attack ones. Okay, I made a video today when I was opening Pokemon cards for TikTok later. I struggle so hard to open packs with my fingers. I just have sausage fingers, and a girl cannot do it. A girl cannot, like, I struggle. It's like, girl, it is the worst thing in the world. A god, yes. Koi J, I think, didn't open a god pack of this one, but he opened a god pack the other day. I'm trying another one. Solitary, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Girl. Oh, wait, why can I literally not get these open today? Specifically my hand is like, actually, you're not gonna be able to. I might need to get my scissors. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like I just feel like there's better luck when I don't use scissors. Okay, I got it. Jeez Louise, y'all. That was crazy. You know if the cards are good or not? Yes. So I will let you guys know if they're good when we pull them a little bit. Pull them a little bit. Let me set this down here. Off to the side. All right, shall we ready? Should we ready? I can't remember. Okay. Hopefully my thing can focus here. Basic energy. Totodile. Pokepad. The Pokepad, no, the full version. These ones are weirdly like valuable right now. I don't know why specifically. Diglett, Wurmple. I love that Drampa. I have that Drampa art already. The Banette, Urbane, the Rabu. I think this one's it. I think. Oh, okay. T. Ooh, I don't have this Hoopa yet. Wait. T. I don't have this Hoopa. Wait, this one's pretty. I don't think it's worth it, but it's pretty. I'm gonna set to the side because I think it's pretty. The full art Pokepad, yeah, that's one of them. That's one of them. Oh, I have a little garbage bag to put my garbage into because literally I was like, I am not. I am not dealing with the garbage today. But yeah, I don't have any chases. I do have like some of the ones already. Yeah, the little dopamine hits. The one thing I will say is I do think pulling cards is a lot more fun than buying individual cards, but I do like buying and it's so much cheaper to buy individual cards. You know what I mean? Like, girl, I might need to get scissors. I don't know if I can do this. My fingers just cannot on these fucking packs, y'all. They're it's like, she's just too nimble for me. There we go, got it. Good things are never easy. And wow, motivational too. Motivational too. Okay, I'm not doing the energy because I feel like when I have the energy card, I always pull shit. When I like show the energy card. So, all right, next pack, y'all. And I'm trying to get better at like pulling cards here as well. So I'm trying to like get better at it. Let's see. Oh, I see something shiny. I'm trying not to show it. Let's see. Okay. It did. It got fixed though. I think actually this one has some value. I can't remember what this one. I think this one specifically does have some value, if I remember correctly. Okay, 2 dead packs. 2 dead packs so far. 8 more to go. We won't open all 8 right now, but I'm gonna open a couple because you know what? We're here and we're doing it, so might as well. You know what I mean? Maybe we'll open them all up since we're like in it. We're in it to win it right now. You know what I mean? We're in it to win. Girl, if I can't open them though. We're in it to win it at this point. Okay. It's a fire energy. Fire energy. All right, here we go. Girl, focus. Charmander, pretty art. Psyduck. Meryl. Another Sophisk. Charmeleon. Why did I say Charmeleon? Hello. Air Balloon. Duravia, come on. Team Rocket turns you open out the full art. Hitmontop and dead. Okay. 3rd drop, honey. Woo! We're doing so good so far. They're cute. Yeah, they're cuties. I actually have a lot of these cards already. On to the next, honey. I think there is, I don't know if this one specifically is a fun, but I just love it with packs. I do too. I do love just opening packs as well. I'm kind of upset. So the video's coming out later. I did get like, they also had a perfect order booster box. So I did get the booster box. It was actually really cheap. It was like below SMRP and I got 0 hits on it. Like not a single card. I was like, oh, okay, clocked. Okay, this one is Psychic Energy. So let's see. Hi, Rums. How are you? We were just gonna open all of them up. We're here. We're here now. Pikachu. Girl. Tarantula. Ghastly. Swirlix. I love Solrock. Solrock's one of my other favorite Pokemon. Charmeleon. Another air balloon. Ooh, I didn't. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, I have been wanting this card. Yeah, honey. Okay, wait, there's another one. Let's see. Double hit. Not double hit, but that's okay. Oh, wait, no, it is a triple hit. Wait. There was another card. Boss's Order as well. Oh shit, we got 2 hits here. Damn. We got 2 hits on this one, y'all. Oh, I gotta sleeve these up. We're gonna sleeve these up afterwards. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good, honey. Those are 2 double hits there. Those are good cards. Those are good ones. God, I feel alive. I know. I wasn't expecting there to be. I didn't realize it was a hit and then a regular card and then it could be another hit. I was like, oh wait, what? I haven't seen that before. Usually it's a hit and then behind it was a hit too. Like you guys for the win, literally. I've been that Meryl actually was on the ones that I've been wanting. So how about that? We do have an ad break, guys, in a minute, so I will take a break between opening the cards in a minute, so that you guys don't miss anything, and then we'll get started on TikTok after we open them. What is a hit? So basically, these cards. So this card, they're high value cards. They're high value cards, basically. I don't know how much the Meryl is worth. I know the boss's order, I think, was like 20, 30, maybe less than that. Maybe I'm thinking it's too high. Okay, this is electric. I think. We got TurboTax head. Wait, the ad started already? We got the Diglett, Wurmple, Mander, Psyduck. Ooh, the Golduck's pretty. Boss's order is not full art. Charmeleon again. Oh, okay. We got this one again. Okay, we have another one. Give me a pull. Give me a pull. Nothing. Oh, wait. Nothing. 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 Nothing on those ones. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, listen, so far, this is kind of worth this. I will say the Meryl, I don't even know. Let me look up what the Meryl's worth. Hold on. We'll look it up while the ad break starts because it is starting. So let's see. Let's see. I don't remember what Boss's order is worth either. Hold on. Boss order is $14 right now. And then Meryl is 16 right now. But I love this Meryl art. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Oh, is it the energy symbol? Wait, hold on. Sorry. No. Yeah, this one's not worth anything. I thought it was. Okay. We're gonna wait for the ad break, guys. We're gonna open all of them because at this point I'm on like a runner's high a little bit. If you don't mind sharing. So I got this at a little over MSRP. This box I think usually is $29.99 and I got it for $35. So my card shop very much sticks to MSRP, but if you tried to buy it from right now anywhere else, you'd be paying anywhere from $75 to $150 for this. Some are even higher. Some are even higher. Hi, little ducky. How are you? Yeah, we're going to wait to open packs until you guys get back from the ad break. Welcome in, guys, by the way. The poster collection. Yeah. I don't know the actual, what is it? What are they? I don't know what the value is on them right now, but some people were going crazy with the price. I don't know how much they are right now off the top of my head. But I think I've seen them up high. Also, there's 10 packs in them, so there's a lot of possibility for hits. Hi, Hannah. How are you? As you can see, we got some good ones there. Actually, let me get my sleeve so I can sleeve these cards while we're waiting. While we're waiting for the ad break to end. 110, yeah, 110 makes sense to me. What pulls? No pull specific. Honestly, no pull specific. We've gotten some good ones so far. Yeah, if you've sold your hits, yeah. These ones I actually won't sell because I like these cards. I like my favorite song right now. Oh God, I don't even know. The Meryl I love. We just pulled that one. Love. That's gonna go in the binder for sure. This one I will sell because I already have Boss's order. So this is the second. Now I have 2 of these. I already have the first Boss's order, so I have 2 of them now. So I do have 2 of those now. So we will probably, I'll save it for when I go to a card show to trade for it. Hi, Jenna, how are you? Okay, back slag. I run errands. No worries. Thank you. And then I don't know how much this card actually is worth. I just love I love this art style so freaking much. I love it. I love it. Okay. All right. We're back from the ad break, I think. We're back. Near me. I love that. So let's keep going. We've got 5 packs left, guys. 5 packs left. 5 packs left, y'all. Do you get your cards graded? I'm sending some in to get graded, yes. I haven't gotten them ever graded before, so it's my first time doing it, but I've been talking to folks who have gotten them graded to get, like, their experience on it. Girl, can I get this? I swear. My fat fingers just can't do it, honey. Hello? There we go. Oh my God. T. Got it. I swear, I'm so bad at opening up these stupid packs. All right, we have, let's see. For like $18. Yeah, that's what I saw, I think. We have, this is dark, right? Yeah, dark energy. So yeah, okay. I know people open the pack so fast. I know they do. They do. I watched one guy on TikTok. He like flies. I'm like, okay. All right. Focus in. We got Meowth, Shuppet, Dromica, Mega Signal, Oshi Mega, Dramatan, Team Rocket's Petrol, Weepin' Bell. Ooh, I don't actually have this one. Iris is Fighting Spirit. This is pretty though. Ooh, okay, I think that's it. Wait. Yeah, that's it. Okay, no hits on that one. No hits on that one. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna keep going. Guys, imagine we pulled a God pack. Guys, imagine we pulled a God pack out of this. I would literally start crying on stream. I'd probably start crying, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd probably throw up. On God, what's a God pack? So a God pack is like, how do we describe? It's like the best possible cards from the set, all in one pack, all in one pack. It's like the most insane. Like it's a really hard chance to pull a God pack. Like think of the glitter dumpling, but like 10 times harder. Girl, if I can get these open, there we go. What are the chances? I don't know the exact chances. I don't know the exact chances for a God pack. I'm sure someone in the chat knows. Okay, we have electric energy again. Let's see. It's a really rare chance. They're not easy to get, but I know a lot of people do it. I love this card fan run. I already have this one. Fuck yeah, it's like slim to none. Ralts, Riolu, Boss's Orders. We're getting a lot of Charmeleon today. Totodile. Oh, Erica's Tangela. Oh, okay. I actually don't have this one. Oh my God. Togedemaru, EX, Slay, a cutie. Again, this one's probably not worth much. I don't think it is, but it's a cutie. Usually these ones are not very valuable. But it's a cutie. I like it. Usually these EXs are like kind of hit or miss. It really depends. It really depends on the EX. Or kind of hit or miss. 1 in 7. Yeah, it's a kind of crazy chance. Apartment, just 2 of us, and it's almost 90 degrees outside. Should be offended. Say, girl, get the F out of here. I mean, I think they're good. Yeah, I think they're hits. And like the grand scheme of things are definitely hits. 62 cents though. Yeah. This card is actually worth more than that. This card that we pulled is worth more than this one's 72 cents. But I like the art on them, of course, you know. Here we got 3 packs left. 3 packs left. 3 packs left. You would know you have a good. Yes, we know if we had a God pack right away. Yeah, we know. We'd know right away if we had a God pack. It would be, we would know immediately. We would know immediately. Okay, we have Leafy Boy for the energy. Here we go. Here we go. We have Wattrel, Meryl, Sarua. There's sometimes I can't read the names as I'm like going through. Air Balloon, Cramorant, Golduck. Ooh, I have this one already. Wait, T, this is a dupe I already have. Vikavolt, baby. Samantha, thank you for the sub. 6 months in advance too. Okay, let's see. Do we get a double hit? No, wait, is there one more? Yeah. Okay, we got 1 hit on that one. Slay. I do have this one already. Yes, that's the thing is I will use these for trades. That's what trades or getting more cards. Trades or selling, you know, is usually what I save these for. So this one I'll use for trades. Same with the boss's order. I don't know what that one is worth off the top of my head right now. Okay, we got 2 more. Oh, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervy, y'all. Last 2. How much is that one worth? I'm not sure. I can look it up after this. I'll look up after this to see. I don't think it's a lot. I think it was maybe $5. Maybe, I think. Close. Maybe it's more than that and I'm not thinking of the right card. It also fluctuates all the time. All right, let's see. Let's see. What do we have? Okay, another leafy boy. All right, here we go. Ooh, there is something really shiny there. I did see that, so that's okay. We got Skitty, Tepig, Bellsprout, Glass Trumpet, Banette, Urbane, Dustox, Buddy Puffin. I'm worried that that's the thing that we got. Oh, maybe not. Tynamo. Yeah, it was no hits. Hoopa, no hits. $3.17. Yeah, no hits. No hits. Damn. I saw the hollow and I was like, oh, wait. You never can trust the shiny right away. Sick and twisted. I know. You never can trust it right away. You never can. All right, this is the last pack, guys. Last pack luck. Everybody put the last pack luck in the chat right now, okay? Last pack luck in the chat right freaking now. Or you're dead to me. Everybody type it in there. Right now. Here we go. Here we go, baddies. It's okay if it's not, but we'll see. We did get some good. We got a couple good pulls. I can't complain. All right. For energy, electric. Okay, not a god pack. That's okay. Not a god pack, but that's all right. We got Stunfisk. We got Lanoon. Oddish, Oralts, Iris's Fighting Spirit. Come on, give me something good, honey. Another Soul Rock. Erica's Gloom. This one might not be it. Oh no, this one might be it. Metacham. Yeah. Bayleaf and Entei. No hits. No hits on that one either. Damn. No hits on that one either, kids. That's okay though. GG's though. Sorry, girl. It's all right. No, we had some good hits. Listen, some of them are still good. I'm not gonna lie. Bayleaf's cute. Yeah. Chaz, but like, no, you guys aren't. I mean, listen, we made. If I sold all of these cards right now, we made close to what I spent on it. So like, these are our two big hits from the set. The Marill and the Boss Order. I'm keeping the Marill. The Boss Order I already have a dupe of. I really bought this specifically for this card because I want this card because I love this card. And this is like the promo card that goes with it. And they were in the same pack they were. That was a good pack. That was I do have the collector app. Yeah. I haven't started putting together my collection, but I do have it. We got Vikavolt was the other big one that we got, or not big one, but another pull that we got full. And then we got the Togedemaru EX. So those were our hits. Those were our hits today, baddies. Those were our hits for Ascended Orders. The not ETB poster. So you know what? I'm gonna take it. I actually really love the Marill. I've been wanting the Marill, so that one was a good hit for me. And I did pull the other day. Hold on, let me grab it. Hold on. I did pull the other day. Where is she? This the Dragonite ones. I pulled this one the other day from a random pack. So, you know, we're getting some good. This one's like I think $50 or $60 right now. If I remember correctly. That's a good one. It's one of my I love this card. Like I love this art style. I eat up. So any of these, this is like what my hunt is right now are these art styles. I love them so much. I really love them. I love those art styles so very, very much. Yeah, I'm obsessed with it. It's so my vibe. Okay, hold on. Let me like get cleaned up here a little bit because now I have like stuff everywhere. But yeah, I did pull packs prior to stream. I got a perfect order per booster box, and this was the only good card we pulled. This was it. The rest were all duds. So I was like, oh, okay, slay. Yeah, Zach, honestly, same. I have pulled nothing out of like booster, but when I get like either a tin or like just an individual pack, I pull much better rates. Much better. For me, at least. With my luck. That's I'm gonna start collecting. Good luck. We're gonna go bankrupt, baby. No, I'm kidding. It is an expensive hobby though. Oh, I want that one so fucking bad. Or a DoorDash. Well, if you don't have time to cook, you need to eat, babes. You gotta eat. You need to eat, babes. Full art BDHP. That's crazy. That's crazy. I found some old cards the other weekend. Forgot I had the big. Whoa, that's crazy. One of our mods, I think it's Katie, is her husband sending me all of his old Pokemon cards. So we'll go through those too when they arrive. Very, very, very excited about that. Very, very excited about that. So that's gonna be fun when those arrive. So yeah. As I don't collect any cards, I have 0 luck. Yeah, it's kind of like tough. I will say I have pulled some pretty good cards, and I don't think I have very good luck. Also, it's getting kind of warm in here. Hold on, let me turn my fan up a little bit. I feel like I don't have a very good luck, so I'm like, but anyways, I got what I wanted. So slay, and now I don't have to buy those things are just gonna keep going up in price. So I got it for a good price, even though we didn't get super huge hits. And I know those cards will probably go up in price too because they're good ones. So the Lucario one. So I'm happy with what we have. I want to basically my hits right now. I absolutely want to collect every one of these style of cards. There's a lot in the Ascended Hero set, and these are like the hardest ones to get, obviously. But these like this style is my favorite style of card. So this is like my from the Ascended Hero specifically. These are my chase. These are my chase right now. Hi, Francisco. We're doing good. How are you? How are you? So yeah. Sorry guys, hold on. I got a message I have to look at real quick. No. For Christmas, my mom got me 3 loose packs and they all had hits and I let her choose what I get. I love that. I love the Pokemon card app truly. Yeah. I use TCG Player. I use the one called what other app do I use? I use an app called Price Charting, which I like a lot too, because I can make wish lists on that one. And Collector. Those are the 3 I use. Yeah, a lot of people got rid of their childhood Pokemon cards, and I was like, ooh, girl, I had so many hits. You know what I mean? Let's switch over and get ready to game, y'all. Shall we? It's getting hot in here. Oh my God. It's starting to get warm. I might need to go I'm going to turn my AC. Hold on. Before I go, I'm going to turn my AC down a little bit more because it's a very warm day here today. So give me 2 seconds. I'm actually going to go, I'm going to pee too, and then we'll start on TikTok. But it's getting hot. It's getting hot in here, so I'm going to turn my central air on a little bit more. So give me just a second, guys, okay? All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go do that real fast. I'm going to pee too.
Hi, I hope you're great. I think it's time.
audio issues again on TikTok. Hold on, I gotta fix this before we start on TikTok, or it'll be a whole damn thing again. Give me a second here. Yeah, the echo thing. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's like really weird. Like, and then I have to like delete it and then add it back again. What's for lunch? I have a frozen meal for lunch. Okay, add that back in. Okay, now we're good. Hold on. It was a Luffy collab. I think it's good. I mean, I love Luffy, so I'm not opposed to that one. I will probably get that one because I am a huge Luffy fan. So I will end up probably getting that specific one. So yeah. But wait, I gotta make sure. Okay, I think it's working. Okay. All right, there we go. Don't judge me, but I just watched the new Avatar movie on TikTok. It was so good. Listen, I'm excited for Black Cat. Yes, I am. I am excited for Black Cat. Yeah, I think she's gonna be fun. Oh wait, I forgot that I have everything all different on the scenes because of what we call it yesterday. Always better Frozen. Always. Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta fix all of my stuff here. Give me a minute, y'all. I gotta move everything down a little bit. Give me a moment here. I gotta move everything back to where it normally is. Okay, we do have our daily sub goal as well, y'all. I want to see if we can slay that goal. We did slay it yesterday. We hit the goals yesterday, so I want to see if we can do it 2 days in a row, y'all. See if we can rock and roll with it. But let's get started on TikTok, and then we will we'll get moving and grooving. Okay. All right, y'all. All right, we're gonna go live on TikTok in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bum bow. Hello. Hi, Mean. How are you? Welcome in. It's good to see you guys. Hello, good afternoon. Hi, TikTok fam. Hi, Nova. Yes, absolutely. Let me get you set up, Patty. Hold on. Done. Thank you for the heart me as well. Happy Wednesday, Jolise. How are you? W Music. Yes, my favorite. You got to believe it. If you're just running on Purple, by the way, y'all, we yap for a few on TikTok to get us like really going. Ella, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hi, Alyssa. How are you as well? Hi, Bernice. Welcome in. Hi, TikTok besties. Yes, say hello to all of them. Welcome in, Low Violence, guys. Thank you for the heart music for coming in. Happy Wednesday, my friends. Oh my God, I had a crazy morning. Hi, Renee. How are you? Welcome in. If you're joining in on TikTok, make sure to say Slate in the chat. Let me know how you're doing and grooving, baddies. I hope you all are doing well and having a good afternoon. Today's a Fortnite afternoon for us, and we're going to be hot to go. And let's get our taps and shares moving, baddies, shall we? Hi, Cammy. I'm doing good. We're back again. Hi, Ailey. How are you? Welcome in, y'all. It's good to see you. I hope you guys are having a good day. Hi, Punklet. Welcome. Hello, Plurp as well. Oh, no, wait. Oh, shit. My stream set to Minecraft. I got to restart the stream. Hold on. Guys, I'm restarting stream real fast. 2 seconds. It's set to Minecraft and I can't change it. I'm stopping stream. Come back immediately and refresh. It's set to Minecraft. Be right back. Hold on, y'all. I fucking hate TikTok. Sorry, guys. I have to like restart the stream. That's why it was being so slow to start. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I got to restart fucking TikTok studio. I forgot to change it to Fortnite, and it's set to Minecraft still, so that's why it was so slow to start. Hold on. Oh, this is gonna piss me off. This is gonna piss me right off already. Hopefully I can get it fixed quickly though. It's been over here. Yes. Okay, let me set to Fortnite. Okay, now. Oh no, it's doing the fucking audio thing. I hate TikTok Live Studio. This thing is fucking sucks. Matt, thank you for the sub. But hold on, I gotta redo this whole fucking shit again. Oh, this drives me crazy, baddies. This drives me absolutely insane. It's so stupid. Like, I don't understand why it does this. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Just a moment. Hopefully this is quick and easy. Just a second. So silly. Okay, now we should be good. Okay, now we're going live on TikTok. All right, we're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're gonna play Dreams again and go. Mad, we were having a stupid ass thing with TikTok Live Studio. Literally, Renee, we're back. Hi, TikTok. Sorry, y'all. We're back. Hi, TikTok fam. We had to refresh. I'm sending you love, Renee. Oh my God. Wait, I'm sending you love, though. Hi, Mean. Welcome back in. Lindsay, thank you for the heart me. Yeah, you got to play when there's a stressful moment, right? Yes, absolutely. Guys, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Sorry, we had to restart real fast because I was set to Minecraft and not Fortnite. So we have reset now. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a fabulous afternoon. I had a good afternoon. I had to go back and amend my taxes, which I'll have to talk about once we get more folks in. I had to amend my taxes today. So that was a whole journey that I've had, but we're here now and that's what matters. And the taxes are done for good. So I never have to think about them again. Okay.
Please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Please, 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 don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you don't embarrass me, little sucker.
Hello, y'all. Lonely Fox, thank you for the heartbeat, guys. Don't forget your daily heartbeats. We've only gotten 2 so far since we've started stream, so let's see if we can get those rocking and grooving. Hi, Savannah. How are you? Lorena, thank you. Ailey, thank you for the rose. Yes, I did my taxes this morning. I had to go amend them. It was a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But yes, we had to restart, guys. So if you can come in and just help us tap and share for the first few minutes, because now we're going to be all effed up a little bit. I would be so happy with you. If you can, and even if you come and run over to TikTok, please stay for a few minutes because it's going to reset everything. Des Jam, happy birthday. Yes, Ailey, yeah. Thank you for the heartbeat. Happy birthday, baddie. Me espresso. Hi, Carly. How are you? Emma, thank you for the heart me. Guys, thank you for the taps and the shares as well to get us moving. Zach, thank you for the heart me over here. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for playing Fort. Yes, we do some Fort here in a few. Welcome on in. Thank you guys for the heart me's and the shares and the taps and the love. It's so good to see you guys. I hope you're doing well. Let's play some Native New Yorker to get us started in the mood since we're on. It is also so hot here today, guys. So if I look a little shiny, zip your damn mouths, okay? I'm warm. A girl's warm. A girl's hot. And guess what?
No one opens the door. For a native New Yorker.
Here I go. Well, yes. Hi, Loops. How are you? Guys, thank you for the roses. We got to work on our heart me's, y'all. Make sure we get those going and grooving right up where you go to leave a little follow. And if it says follow, then you better hit the follow button or you're homophobic and you're going to hell. But if you follow, you're going to heaven. So those are just the 2 rules. I don't know. I can't really that's just how it kind of works in here, you know. Abby, thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. Loops. Strawberry, thank you for the heart me. Do you like cheese balls? I love balls. Katya and Jasmine and Liv, thank you for the follows. I don't really like cheese balls though. Mean, thank you for the rose. Thank you. Appreciate it. Are you done playing? No, Ryan, we are literally just starting. We literally just started on TikTok at least. We've been live on Purple for a little bit. We opened some Pokemon cards on TikTok. Or on Purple, I mean. Hi, Cassidy. Welcome in. Thank you guys for being here. But yes, we are just getting rolling. We're just getting rolling. First person to say my name right in a live. Well, I'm glad that I did. And I'm glad that you're here. Of course. Hi, Vivi. How are you? Any hits? We did get some hits. Strawberry Shortcake. We got a couple. It was the Lucario Ascended poster box, so we got this with the this was like the promo card. Love, and then our 2 big hits were these 2: the Meryl and the Boss's Order were our 2 big hits, and then I got a couple other little ones which we'll show. Casey, how are you? So those were our hits. Maddie and Imogen, guys, thank you for the heart me's. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for tapping and sharing out that live as well. I appreciate it. We're almost to 5 followers, and let's do a little our introduction as well for Brittany to get us going too. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is
It's Brittany, bitch.
Well, yes, I'm doing good. It's good to see you guys. Realize rainbow got cut because of the green screen. Yeah, it does. The green screen cuts the rainbow a little bit. Unfortunately, because of the green color, it does cut it just a skosh. Unfortunate mean. So yeah, those were our hits today. But yes, welcome on in, guys. Thank you for tapping and sharing. And if you're new and you see a little follow button or red follow button or you're scrolling by, I have to tell you right now, if you don't follow right now, I will say it is you are homophobic. But if you follow, you are an ally. So those are your two options, really. As I said earlier, you excited for the new music pass tomorrow? I am, actually. I love Lofty, so I am very excited about that, actually. Pig Party, thank you for the follow. Hi, Crystal, how are you? Lex, thank you for the heart meet. Desi, thank you. We're 4 heart meets from halfway with our heart meet goal, so thank you, guys. And I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. I had to go amend my taxes, so my morning was completely Bridget, you are an ally. Thank you for being here. Just came from the gray sweatpants clip, and I hope you loved it, Aves, okay? I thought we were Ryan, but today we were. I got mixed up on my days. It was a 10 out of 10. Hi, Shida, how are you? Alex, better. It's true. I got mixed up on my days a little bit, but no, I had to go amend my taxes this morning. I thought I had them all done, but there was an issue with my taxes, so I spent my entire morning and a little into my afternoon dealing with that. But it's done now. I just feel like all I've done this week is just dealing with taxes. So I'm like, girl, I'm over it. You know what I mean? I'm over the taxes. But you know what? It is what it is. It's fine. We'll live. Honestly, I love this one, Olivia. It's done now. No more math, at least until next year. Until a year from now when I'm stressing about it again. But it's fine. And guys, thank you for being here. I do hope you're having a good Wednesday. Let me know in the chat what is something you're, excited about for today or for the rest of this week, maybe. I'm excited just to be here with you guys. I'm also going to a thing with Mama Zesty on Saturday, which I'm excited about. So thank you for being in here with us. Love being a stay-at-home mom. Texas, I don't know her. Yeah, actually, right? Peep this, thank you for the heart me. Halfway with the heart me goal, y'all. I appreciate it. And let's see, how many shares are we currently at? You just got the Switch too? Okay, Batty. Hi, Quack. I don't know what we're doing on Saturday yet. We haven't really made a plan. We just know we're doing something. Currently 21. All right, we got to get that popping up a little bit, I think. You're bringing up your wedding dress on Saturday? Oh, new steps my husband are taking for life. I love that. Hi, Pookie. Hello, you got a new PC? Love that, Henry. You're going to see my sneaky link tomorrow? Ooh. Guys, I'm going to tell you something a little crazy, but I'll only tell you once we hit the heart me goal. And it's something a little crazy about a sneaky leak thing, so you're gonna want to hear it. But let's do that first, shall we? Missed you a few lives that it felt so weird. Well, Quack, I'm glad that you're here. Okay. Apartment hunting, love that. Oh my god, so slay. My husband and I are planning our trip to Italy. Wait, can I come to Italy with you guys? Hold on, what? By the way, y'all, if you're just joining in for the first time, let me do my introduction and say hello.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my god, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
ATL. And guys, if you're scrolling by in the FYP and you are seeing this live for the very first time, if you're not already in the live and you're scrolling by, can you just tap in and say hi in the chat? I just want to see if we're out there because we did have to restart the live. I want to make sure that we are out into the world if you are scrolling in and tapping in for a second. Hi, AMG. How are you? Thank you. Twisted, thank you for the heartbeat. Corey, Josh, hello. Sarah Lee. Brett, I'm glad you enjoyed it. That intro is low-key fire. Well, here's what I'll say. You better follow for that intro right now. Okay? Okay, I know, Michaela, I do. All right, if you're not already. Okay, because we worked hard on that, okay? And it's not AI generated or anything. Okay, baddies? Hi, April, how are you? I bet. All right. Absolutely. But yes, welcome on in. Sorry, unfollow King. Josh, how dare you? How dare you? Just kidding. I love you. France in 3 weeks and I'm stressing. Oh my gosh. We do Aves. Yes. Yes, we do. You can find it at the clicky place in my bio there. I'm back though. Well, I'm glad that you're back. But also I'm clocking you for leaving. Okay, Queen. I'm clocking you for leaving, but I'm glad you're here. Guys, thank you for the heartbeats. And General Tenno, thank you for the follow. I should use my mugs for the tea though. Best part of my day. I'm glad. And hi, not Kylie. How are you? Welcome in. Guys, thank you for being here. I hope you are having a fabulous Wednesday. We're about to hop into game here in just a second. Just to get us warmed up and going. But I am so happy to have you all here. Wesky, thank you for the follow too. Was all clips of Fortnite. Honestly, Josh, that's so fair. But we're starting to post non-Fortnite content. So hopefully you'll start seeing more stuff of me that isn't non-Fortnite content. Hopefully. I pray for you. Hopefully, You get some that aren't as Fortnite right now. What are you knitting right now? I'm crocheting a frog, but it's in the other room. You want to set again? Okay, one more time for you, okay?
Bitch.
Also, hi Butterbean. Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my god. Hi Michaela.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Well, yes.
Girlfriend, ATL.
Mm-hmm. I know you guys love that intro. I love it too. I love it too. All right. Love you always. I love you for the most of it's fine. I love that. Yes, we got a lot of fun things planned. I love your energy. Oh, I'm glad. So cutie. Yeah, I got some fun things to talk about, guys. Once we get, well, we talked a little bit on purple, but I'm going to keep talking about it today. Went platinum in my bedroom. Now, what does that mean, honey? Ella, thank you for the club power. Thank you, thank you. I do hope you're doing good. It's so good. Thank you, Pinky Party. Had to come do my tappies. Thank you. I'm just happy to have you guys here. Should we hop into our first round to get us going? Poppy Watch, thank you for the follow. Let's hop in and get us going to start. All right. Chance Creep, because yes. Oh my gosh, Selzer, no problem. We'll get us rocked and rolled. All right. But thank you guys for sharing and tapping and all those good things. And if you're new here, we're 2 followers away from 10 followers. You also your taxes. Yeah, today was tax day. It was misery for me. I'm glad it's over. I never want to think about it again. I had to go deal with that again this morning. So it was a whole damn thing, but we're here now and that's what matters. But so your life, so I'm sad. Well, you could do both, Genesis, and you better do both. It hurts so bad every year. Yeah. She got the urge to draw. I love that. I love that. And guys, thank you for the Harvey's Dusty. Thank you for the rose. Oh my gosh. And Pinky Party, thank you for the sub with Prime. Wait, you guys are going crazy.
I just wanna be part of your symphony.
Okay. Clocked. Yeah, that's what I'm doing as well, Smokey. Or I'm planning to. Hi, Destiny. How are you? Okay, Zessy's bot. I don't know why I did that. Bum, bum, bum. But yes, welcome on in. I do hope you're having a fabulous day. Yeah, just, you know, it's a very warm day here. Girl is already sweating. So if I look shiny, no, I don't. And that's the teeth. That's just shade. I'm doing good. I feel shiny right now. So I'm like, okay, queen. A girl feels shiny right now. Ooh, a girl feels shiny. Yes, slay. Thank you guys for all the love. You had a horrible storm last night and got so hot. Oh no. Wait, no, today's Wednesday. I was like, oh my God, Pit season finale tonight. It's Wednesday. Girl. I keep thinking the shows are coming out and I'm like, wait, I have another day. Chinese disgusting is true. I'm like, wait, another day. You have the magic skin? This is one of my favorite skins. It's becoming like our reg skin right now. I will say. I know. I got myself excited there too. Tornado warning. Guess that tornado warnings. That's great. We didn't have any bad weather here. Emma, thank you for the follow. What shows are you watching? I'm watching The Boys, which I didn't watch the latest episode, I don't think. I'm watching Hacks. I'm watching what else? The Pit, and that's kind of it right now. Where are you from? New York, baby. New York. As of right now. And guys, thank you for joining in. Wait, I want to drop that, not that. We're 1 follower away now from 130, or not 130, oh my God, to 10 followers. So thank you. From Pennsylvania. Yeah, I love Hacks too. Hacks is so freaking good. This is our first round in, so if I'm bad, zip your damn mouths, okay? Just kidding. We won't be bad. We never are. Just finished the latest episode of The Boys. Can't believe it's the last season. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I'm kind of like, am I loving it or not loving it? Emma, I don't think so. Demi, thank you. Empowered, thank you. I don't. You should. It's a great comedy show. If you love comedy, you'll love it. If you love comedy, you'll eat it up. We also opened some Pokemon cards today, guys. So I'll show you some of the hits as well. But yes, welcome on in. Hi, Power DJ, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for being here, y'all. Guys, why does everything sound so quiet in my headset right now? I'm like, okay. Oh, there she is. There she is. Hi, Kayla. Hi, Corn Dog. George Euphoria. Yes. Also, I'm watching Euphoria too. Yeah, I forgot about Euphoria. Oh, wait, was it? Did he have a big? No, he didn't. Fast viral ever? Yeah. Michaela, thank you for the hi, friend. Finish Schitt's Creek. I love Schitt's Creek too. Such a good show. Hi, Kiara. Welcome in. Hi, Emily. My babes are all here. I watched the season premiere. Yes. I don't love it. That's my hot take. I don't love. It's not bad, but it's not fantastic. Are you watching for, wait, is the new season out, Mackenzie? Shut your damn mouth. Is it? Sorry, thank you for the follow. Is the new season coming out for From? I love From. Oh, shit, wait. Now, girl, what the F? Girl, what the F was that? Girl, what the F? The 19th. Girl, can I get a shot? Oh my God, she was so low too. Oh, I'm so over the fucking glitches with the stupid bunks not dropping. Oh my God. Hello. Say thank you for the follow. From, it's a horror TV show, but it's really good. What's your favorite type of shows? I love dramas more. Yes, I heard that. Yeah. All right. Well, that's fine. Yeah, like I probably would not have died so fast if the bunk did not glitch. You give me Luke from Modern Family vibes? Wait, I'm taking that as a compliment. I'm taking that as a freaking compliment, baby. No, I haven't. Hi, Bran. Did anyone watch Rooster? Yes, love Rooster. Love it. Yeah, I've been doing bubbles more too, Brat. Andy, thank you for the heartbeat. Yeah, I'm taking that as a compliment. Okay. That's what I'm clocking that. On Reload with me, I love that, Kristen. Maybe we'll do some games with community today. I'm feeling like today may be the day we could do that. Maybe we do that today. I feel like it's been so long. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. We'll see how we feel. We'll see how my energy is later on. Energy is later on. But yes, I'm glad you guys are all here. And thank you for following for new. No, somebody mentioned it, Miss Mercury, just a second ago. I need to check it out. Key, how are you? Thank you for the heartbeat. I need to check it out and see what we got. It's true. Mary, how are you? Been avoiding Wednesday because I'm not sure if I'll like it. I have not seen it. No, not that I would. I don't want to. I've been like picking and choosing the shows that I'm watching. Picking and choosing. I love Dan Levy though. Love Dan Levy. You play Pokopia? I do. I do play Pokopia. Hi, Toast. How are you? How are you, baddie? Ooh. Wednesday's really good. Yeah, I've heard good things about Wednesday. So fun, but young boy incel. Yeah, Kristen, I'm sure. Hi, DD. How are you? I got you hooked on Below Deck. Oh, love Below Deck. I haven't watched any of the new stuff, though. Yeah, Michaela, for sure. Dan Levy, Character Creek is true. No, I don't watch Survivor. I mean, I've watched episodes of Survivor, but I've never, like, actually seen the full thing. Was so good. Auntie, yeah, we'll probably play more of that, actually. I would like to. I was having a conversation, which we're going to talk about here in a few, about gaming in general and some vibes I've been feeling. So I want to catch up with you all about that. Capisha with the sub. Wait, can we get some slays today? We just got a sub on purple. Hello.
I don't need him, I need a drink.
Thank you, baddie.
Let's turn this
I don't love it. Slay. Right. Follow.
Like cheers, bitch, it's been a day. Might take that last night out to Vegas. What y'all think?
Have you seen? I didn't see it. No, I have not seen that. No. And guys, thank you. We're 2 heartbeats away from the Harvey goal already. You guys are actually eating down bad. I might. Yeah, I'm gonna trade that for that actually. Reese and Junie, thank you guys. And Makar, thank you for subbing with Prime. I just saw that too. Oh my god, you guys are going crazy today. Thank you. And Davina, thank you. Guys, I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. I'm having a good one. I've influenced you to get Pokopia. It's such a good game. It's literally one of my tops right now. Well, it's not a top, but it's more of a bottom, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that one. I don't know where I was going with that one, y'all. I'll be real. I don't know where I was going with that one. Girl, I can't see. Oh my god. Girl, stop running. It's a bot too. I was like, girl, what's going on? Not more a bottom. That's what I joined to. Well, what were you expecting? What were you expecting? Ring around the tree. I know. Ring around the goddamn Rousey, honey. Pokopia's verse. Pokopia might be verse, actually. That was fire. Okay. Guys, see where the Harveys. Wait, let me set a new goal on TikTok to get this going here. Hold on, y'all. Welcome on in, by the way. We also have a hype train on purple too. You guys are amazing. I hope you're having a fabulous afternoon. Hold on. Let me set the thingy. Okay. Confirm. Slay. Done. Hi, Mads. How are you? You love the skin you're wearing. It's become. I think this skin is becoming my my like. Not what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Usual everyday skin. I don't know. Everyday skin. Rather than swapping around, I think I'm gonna keep on main. My main. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Wow. Wow. I have a brain, guys. Wow. Guys, I have a brain. I swear. I swear I do. Your go-to, yeah. Your main lately has been Gambit, like on Fortnite. I was like in Marvel Rivals. Your icon skin, yeah. Oh, I'm never paying attention. Oh, hello. Girl, I can't aim. Okay, I did better there. Lucy with a follow. I'm like, girl, I can't aim today. I'm so offended. Oh no. Lucy, thank you for the follow. Well, I'll be real, Kiara. Or sorry, Kiara, thank you for the follow. Sativa, I'll be real. Unfortunately, you gotta get the hooks in, you know? Also, you post in all caps and everything, babes, and I can't put that on there. You never type with regular language. It's all caps all the time. Hi, Vic General, how are you? And Giselle and DK, thank you for the herpes. I did show the gym pic yesterday. And see all the skins you purchased. Girl. Fun, yeah. Isn't that fun, Junie? I love that. It's my phone. And guys, thank you for doing a tap and share. We're almost at 20 followers on TikTok. So if you're not following, what are you doing? Do you hate gay people? That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Long legs. April, thank you for the follow. And Jesus Chip and Anthony. I love guilting everybody to follow me, by the way. I love doing that. It's my favorite thing to do. Oh, I just had a sneaky leak situation last night. That was the big news dilemma. That was the big news. Worked. I'm glad. It's like the send this to 5 friends or you're gonna like be haunted or something for 10 years. But instead I'm like, are you an ally? Are you an ally? What there's other videos that not 40 videos I should be watching? We've got a lot going on, especially on TikTok, like our Pokemon opening cards, all those ones. And I like your vibe. Thank you, Cavi. Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Don't worry, I'll tell the full story here in a minute. I just had a sneaky link situation last night for the very first time. Okay, I have to be careful what I say though. Probably the least harmless out of kind of guilting. It's true. Do you have phobias? I have some. Nothing crazy though. Google picture. I did end up seeing someone last night. Yes. Girl, what's she doing? Sometimes my aim with this does not eat as I want it to. Shit. Oh my god. I got somebody else on me though. Ooh. Honey, I kinda ate. Honey, I kinda ate. And now I'm getting grabbed again. Oh my god, a girl can't breathe for 2 seconds. Girl, let a queen live. Was there another shield miss? Okay. I'm afraid to go out there right now because there's too. Let me get my health up real quick. Hold on. Oh, girl. So watching your streams all the same time. I love that, chat. Follow from the Great Sweatpants video. Wait, I love that. Okay, but Tabby, thank you for the follows of fashion, guys. Thank you for the gifties. Okay, we got somebody here. I think he's waiting for me. I missed. Girl, I'm trying to practice my headshots more. There we go. I'm really trying to practice my headshots more. You know what I mean? Does Zesty often make sponsor on a collab? Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm sure some. Not all, but some for sure. Hi, Luke. How are you? Morgan, thank you for the heart. My goal right now, guys, on Fortnite is to continue practicing my headshots, you know. Letitia, thank you for the follow, because I think that's what will make me a much better player. And Scarecrow, thank you too. So that's what we're working on. That's what we're working on right now. Are we gonna get them? Yeah. They're tough for sure. All right, I need to find, we're doing good. So no head? So no head? No, I didn't say that. How's your head game? Well, you would like to know, wouldn't you? Girl. No, I do not play on controller. Girl, oh shit. Girl! Oh my God, F my life. Girl, she gonna get me. Oh, Jesus, I cannot see. Oh, fuck. Oh my God, get third partied. What the hell's that? What the fuck was that? Did he throw a boulder at me? What was that? Did he just throw a boulder at me? I'm dead. Girl, that's crazy. Girl, that's crazy. No way. Oh, that's so funny. I know, and I got him low too, which I think I could have maybe got him. Oh, that we did get clipped. Yeah, that is so funny. The funny thing is, I think I could have got the guy individually. Like I thought we were getting third partied. Like I panicked. How did I not? It didn't, like the bot was not with him for 90% of the time we were fighting. Not a lot, Rachel. We ain't very good here. Justine, thank you for the follow. I feel like the bot was not fighting for like 90, like what? I don't even know how they came in right there. Hi, Em, welcome in. That was crazy. That was crazy. Timelessly, thank you for the gifties too. Guys, thank you for the love. Thank you for the subs and the gifts on TikTok, by the way. That's so funny. Holy cow. Girl, that made me chuckle. I'm doing good, Chloe. Yeah, he was like standing there waiting for me. Toxic, thank you for the heartbeat and Pooh, sweetie. That was hilarious. Oh my God. I just didn't know what, I got actually so shocked. I am Tabby, yes. Asked at the game, thank you for the follow me. I got so shocked seeing him that I was so like, it like took me out. Like seeing him just hold the giant ass boulder. I was like, hello? Like it took me out for a second. It took me out. Oh, that was funny, guys. The woman was too stunned to speak. Thank you guys for the follows and the finger hearts and the gifties. But yes, I am. I'm on purple. Yeah. Though you just have to watch. I was like so confused. I was like, wait, what? But suspiciously large boulder. Quite literally. Yes, that's the bestie on there, Tabby. Yeah. Nathan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Lexi, thank you for the follow too. Bam, bam, bam. I was so confused, Paige. I was like, hello? Yeah, right, Alien, yeah. Sappy, what's your number 10 for being joyful? It's called Wellbutrin, Klonopin, and a little bit of Clonidine. That's what it's called. Girl, I got somebody here on me. Hold on. KDB, thank you for this stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't have what I need here. I think this is a bot, though. What's this bot doing? Come on, bot. Hey, girl. Oh, kills me. Kills me, y'all. Kimberly, thank you for the heart, guys. Thank you for the gifties. Surprise. But also, I'm not always happy. I think that's an important thing to know. Like, there are days, y'all, where I'm not, like yesterday, for example, was a tougher day for me. I think it depends on the day. The real truth is I am not always happy. More often than not, I can not be. We actually had a conversation about this earlier today that if you were in the Minecraft stream yesterday, we kind of like got burnt out from Minecraft very quickly and I had to hop off of it. And I think part of that, what I've been struggling with right now, is that I think I'm having not burnout necessarily, but no like motivation or love for gaming right now in general. Even in Fortnite. Even in Fortnite right now. Even in Fortnite right now. I've been streaming for about 5 years, or it's almost 6 years now. And so that is, you think it's a mini vacation? I don't know if it's a mini vacation. So here's what I've been thinking, right? For a long time, I thought I was, and this is what we said earlier on TikTok, or on Purple, I mean, we started the stream. For a long time, I was convinced that it was actually, that I was like burnt out from the game, that like the game was burning me out. I was burnt out from the game specifically, from multiple games, from Fortnite, from Minecraft, from Sims, from all of them. But then I also started to realize today and over the past couple of weeks that like, actually, I'm not interested in any game right now. I'm struggling with every single game. Dana, yesterday we played Retro Rewind. And so that is something that I've been like feeling lately. Personally, and obviously like that's part of the reason why I've been having issues with streams, specifically with like gaming streams and like finding things that I love. Yeah, I think consistency does equal boredom, but even still, like outside of streaming, I used to game a lot still, not playing these games that I play on stream, but like Marvel Rivals and Deadlock, and I haven't had joy in I haven't played those either very much. So I'm starting to like wonder, and I love streaming. And so at first I was like, am I burnt out from streaming? And I was like, nope. No, actually, I literally wake up every morning excited to hit go live and talk with all of you. Obviously, like it's better when things go well on stream than when they don't. But for me, I think it's become gaming in general. And I'm like, okay, what's going on there? Like, what's the tea? What's the shade there? You know? So I'm not always happy, and we're trying to figure some of that out. Especially with the gaming thing, you know? You know what I mean? It's interesting. It's an interesting thing. So, new hobbies, yes. I also think part of it is I need to find ways to find joy in gaming though, as well, because I mean, let's be real, this is my job too, right? You know, so like it's a little bit of like trying to figure out both, I think, in a way, you know, because I love gaming and I do, but like and what I say is it's not a negative connotation in gaming. It's just like I just have no. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's like no feeling. Does that make sense a little bit? I think part of it is because it's my job, but also I also think that even when I was working harder at this and going harder at this, I wasn't necessarily like burnt out. You know what I mean? So I don't know. And again, I don't think I'm burnt out from streaming. Or even burnt out from gaming. I think I'm just having a different emotional feeling to gaming right now. And even just passions in general. And I think that's also an important thing. It's also starting to affect my like daily passions. Who asked, buddy? I don't know, the 254 people in the chat. And your dad last night while I was sucking his dick. So you can ask your dad about it. As I was glucking on him 5,000, he was actually asking about my passions and my depression. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. What am I say? Like, come on. Well, it's a good time to tune in. Hi, Kaz, welcome in. Hello. Immediate follow. Thank you, guys. Those guys are safe. It's true. No, but like, so actually, like, that is, you know, something I'm feeling with gaming right now. And so I'm like trying to figure that out a little bit, I guess. Because, you know, obviously I'm a full-time streamer, a gaming streamer, right? You know, this is what we do. And I love streaming so much, but I've been struggling with gaming in general. And I'm like, okay, interesting, you know? And also other passions too, right? So I'm like, okay. Where is this guy? Shit, I fell. Where is this guy? There she is. Got her. Are the bots shooting at me right now? Yeah, the bots are on me. Oh, I got somebody else though. Ooh! Oh, honey. Oh, honey. And was I not eating there? And was I not eating there? That's what I wonder if it is related to my medications. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. Okay, I can't tell if the bots are the things that are the footprints right now or if it's a person. Nope, that's... Wait. The bot's moving. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. I actually don't know, you know? That's something else I'm trying to figure out too, right? So it's a little bit of everything, you know? Or Nick should chat. Yes, I mean, I would love to do more, and we do more of those. Like on Sunday, we did a full just chatting stream for 5 hours and it was lovely. You can't really do them on TikTok, I'll be real. TikTok doesn't love them, so as much. But I might start doing, I talked about doing like intermittent just chatting. So like we play a couple rounds of Fortnite and then we chat for a bit. Or we play a new game and we chat for a bit. And then we, you know, kind of go back and forth a little bit too. To try it out some. I don't know why I'm breaking these. I don't need them. Is that bot still following me or is that somebody else? Somebody over there. Hold on. My God. Like, damn, y'all. Anybody else want to play? I feel like we're just, oh, didn't mean to do that. We're just jumping around. My God. I felt like we were just jumping everywhere. My goodness. Have you anything on stream? I know. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And it's true. Most people would, right? No, most people would. It just depends on, obviously, like it's just something I'm trying to figure out a little bit. And part of my big thing is I actually don't want to not be playing games on stream. I don't like that, SMG. Like I actually love playing games on stream. I love being able to game for several hours and do that. Obviously, we're trying to build new things as well with what we're doing. But what I'm also trying to do is like figure out how to find joy in the game again, in all games. And again, not just one game, you know? And I think for me, part of it actually is that it's every game. Like people are like, so, you know, a lot of you guys have been like suggesting like individual games to try. Like you should play this game or like community games, Mary, like amazing suggestion, right? But even then, I just have this like very bland feeling with all of it these days. And so I think that's part of the issue, you know? Is I'm like, okay, what's going on? What's going on up here that's making me not want to do the gaming? I want to do the streaming. I love the streaming. It's my thing I love. And it's not so much, again, it's not challenges. It's like just in general. You know what I mean? Yes, it's like writer's block almost. Yeah, if you would consider it something. I don't know how else to describe it, you know? And it goes with my other passions too, you know? So I think that there's like, there's something I'm trying to like figure out there, you know? Obviously, I think part of it also is like there are days where we have more successful streams versus others, and that can also bring its own set of challenges when we try and do new things, right? But there's a funk going on, and I don't know what that funk is. I do have ADHD, yes. It's just that there's a funk going on, but I don't know what that funk is, you know? You know what I mean? There's like a fatigue to it. And it's just general gaming. Like, you know, I'm not burnt out on Fortnite. I'm not burnt out on Minecraft. I'm just burnt out on games in general, you know? Like even like playing games off stream that I play, like Marvel Rivals or Deadlock, I've been struggling to do as well, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah, I always like to be honest about it. Yeah, Eric, again, like it's not like it's not even like like Fortnite. It's not Fortnite because we play other games on here too. It's like the hard thing to describe is like it's every game. It's every video game, you know? That's kind of what, because at first I thought I was specifically burnt out on Fortnite or like specifically burnt out on Minecraft or I was burnt out on Sims. And I'm just coming to notice that it's actually gaming in general that I've been feeling burnt out on specifically and not like a very specific game, right? Does that make sense a little bit? You know? It's not a torture to do, and I want to say that too. It's not a torture for me to do this. It's not that at all. Not at all. It's almost like task paralysis. Yes. Do your other passions make you experience burnout? Honestly, as art block, exactly. A lot of my passions right now, I've been struggling to just have passions in general. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Pokemon cards have been my passion because there's a dopamine hit, I think, with it, but yeah. I thought about that again. It's like, I don't know, you know. Have you thought about a vacay? I don't know if a vacay would fix the problem. You know what I mean? It's because at the end of the day, every day I wake up in the morning and I'm so excited to hit go live with you guys every day. Like, it's the one thing I love to do the most is hitting go live, right? And so for me, it's like, but the gaming section part of it, of every game that we play, I'm like when I'm like, I don't know what I want to play today. You know what I mean? Like when we do just chatting streams and I'm like, guys, I don't know what to play. It's because I literally have no feeling of wanting to play any game, you know? So it's less so anything in specific. I might be the new meds, but I've also been feeling this way for a long time too, you know? Anything? Yeah. And like, so what I might do, guys, is like after a couple rounds on Fortnite, we may do some like just chatting and like just yap for a little bit and like talk for some, you know what I mean? Just try and like test some things out too, you know? The thing is, TikTok very much, we do that. I will be very real with you guys. TikTok does not love non-gaming streams for me, which is okay. But that's like the give and take with it, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, for example, if I, say I hopped off and we did like just chatting right now, we would dip very heavily, and that's okay, right? That's part normal, but at the same time, it's like, this is my job too, you know? So it's like a little bit of trying to figure things out. How long have you felt like that? I think for several months now. You know what I mean? Because I think it started with The Sims, and then I had burnout of Fortnite, and then now it's Minecraft for me. So I'm like, okay, it's actually just gaming in general, right? You know what I mean? And so I think that's part of it altogether, you know, in a way, which is okay. It's just, you know, something I'm experiencing, and I wanted to be honest with you guys about it too, you know, because I think that's important. Because obviously we've been talking about like how I'm burnt out on a specific game or how like I'm not enjoying a specific game, but I'm like, actually, I think it's just sometimes gaming in general I'm not loving. And it might be my ADHD, it might be the new meds I'm taking, it might be all of those things. It might be meds that I've been taking for a long time that I need to change a little bit, you know? You know what I mean? Like I'm taking Wellbutrin and things, right? And those things can often sometimes prevent the joyfulness of things too, you know? You know what I mean? And so I think that's part of it. Yeah, and it's not even like challenges. Like I love challenges and things too. Like the thing that I describe it is it's not like a challenge thing. Oh, hold on, let me move in here. It's just like it's just like a general thing, you know? You know what I mean? Like it's hard to describe. Like it's just an interesting thing to describe. Burley, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Oh, it was over here. I was waiting to see. What the hell was that? Girl, I can't aim or shit today. Oh. Hold on, let me lock in. Oh my God, there's way too many people here. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. There were I was like, oh girl, I can't even land. I was so high in the sky. I was so high in the sky. I know I was cooking too. That's okay. I was so high in the sky because of the jump effect. I was like, girl, I can't land. I'm trying to like land and throw a bunk down. Does it just feel too repetitive? I don't know. I don't know if it feels too repetitive or like, do you ever have a feeling of, here's how I would describe it. If any of you have ever experienced executive dysfunction before or task paralysis or things like that, it kind of has that similar feeling to me in that, it's like it's like, you know, you can put your hand on a stove, but your body tells you not to do it. And so right now my body feels like it's not enjoying gaming in general. And I don't know why that is, right? Because I actually love gaming. I love the games that I play. I love Minecraft. I love Fortnite. I love all the games. And it's actually not that I'm burnt out on the games. It's that there's like something going on up here. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Hi, Ashley. How are you? If that makes sense a little bit, you know? 4 months. I know. Incrustation, yeah. Yeah, and again, it's not even that I promise you guys, like I describe it in a way, it's like, it's not Fortnite. How can we help? There honestly is nothing you guys can do. That's what I'm trying to say is like, it's not like a duo or a challenge or a new game. It's that the game, just gaming in general, as an example in general, has been more of a struggle for me than not. You know what I mean? So it's that type of feeling. And that's what I'm trying to figure out why I'm having that block, because I enjoy gaming. I do. I really do. And I want to be a gaming streamer, and I want to be a content creator that does other things too. But very specifically, it's like, it's that type of thing, right? It's like a funk more than anything. It's like I want to enjoy it, but my brain is not letting me enjoy it. Yes, yes. It's like, I love going live, but when I start to go, when I'm live and we have to game, I have no motivation. I'm like, I don't want to play. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, are we doing Minecraft or Fortnite today? And I'm like, I'm like, neither, you know, none, I guess. And so I think it's a little bit of grace. I think it's supporting other things too, maybe a little bit outside of stream. Do you ever game off stream? Yes, I feel, yes, it's off stream as well. Yeah, that's why I think that's why I believe it's more than just like Fortnite or more than just Minecraft, is because like I've been struggling to play like the games that I love to play outside of stream, like Fortnite or like Marvel Rivals and Deadlock, you know? Like it's all of that. And I also think part of it, and I think a long time I've let this weigh on me, and I've tried not to do this, but I do it, and you guys know I do this. I always let the perception of my value be determined by the game that I play. And I think that also has weighed down on me to the point where gaming has become almost like a negative trauma trigger for me a little bit, in a way, you know, slightly, you know what I mean? I think that's part of it. Yeah, Hals, you can get an invite to it. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. And it's nobody's like, it's just something that I'm feeling that I wanted to like talk to you guys about, because it's something that I've been like thinking more about. Yes, yes, Faye. I would say, yeah, it's similar now to that. Yeah. And that it's hard some days. Like we had 270 people and now we're down to 190 on TikTok, right? Because we stop. I'm chatting with you guys now for a second, right? And is that still amazing? Yes, but like those types of things, I think in my brain, I'm right in the moment, I'm like, it's just what it is. But I think over a long period of time of me streaming for 5+ years and experiencing that probably every day has put more weight on things than I've expressed before, if that makes sense. Than I've expressed before. You know what I mean? And I think that is part of it too, right? The drop as well. Yeah. You know, and it happens, right? Like on Twitch right now, we have 277 people. And like yesterday we started playing, when we played Retro Rewind, we had 130, right? Like it's just that type of thing. And then I get people coming in and saying like the value of things, right? Most of the time, Devin, yeah. I think that has some effect too, a little bit. And actually just chatting streams and arts and craft streams add more pressure to me than take pressure away. Not that I don't think, I think you just got to keep playing. I don't think so, Unknown. I just think that's unhealthy. That's like saying somebody who's trying to quit cigarettes to keep smoking, right? I don't know that's the healthy thing. I think that's like telling to somebody who's trying to quit cigarettes to keep smoking cigarettes. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm okay. Guys, I'm all right. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's not even like it's all games. And that's what I'm trying to say is like, it's all video games. Like it's Sims, it's Fortnite, it's Minecraft, it's Marvel Rivals, it's Deadlock, it's Pokemon, it's everything. It's every game. It's not that it's that. And while I think I possibly need a break, I actually think it's more so that I love these games. I want to love gaming. I love gaming. So why is my brain not letting me love gaming right now? You know what I mean? So like, well, a break I think would be like maybe a temporary thing. I don't know if that's necessarily like the root of the problem. That's the root of the problem. You know what I mean? If that makes sense a little bit, you know? You know what I'm saying? I guess in a way. I did play Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. Yes, hell yeah. Yeah, and I think part of it, but also Carla, like I thought the same thing too. It was the job, but it's also the games outside of stream for me too. Like I thought it was just the games that I was playing on stream, but like I love Deadlock so much, and I just cannot bring myself to play it off stream. And that's like the number one I did, you know. I thought about it, Fressa, yeah. And like there is a reality of the situation too, where it's like, you know, it's the job. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, it's that too, you know? So it's just, I think there's a lot of little things that go into it that have built up over time. And I guess for me, it's like, I know they won't house. I mean, we've tried it. At least on TikTok. I think for me, it's more so like, I need to just figure out what the cause of it is. You know what I mean? I think really the thing is, it's like, okay, there's something, whether it's like the medication I'm taking, like I'm just not finding joy in regular. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Oh, I'm gonna die here. This is it. Maybe. No, I'm better. Katie, with that huge gift. Wait, Slate, thank you so much, baddie. Hold on, I might die here again because there's somebody else here. Hold on, let me lock in. They tried. Katie, thank you so much. Yeah, I think part of it's friends too, you know. I do think part of it could be that, you know. Pure Karen saying, how long have you been on your current dose of Wellbutrin? For about 6 months, which is about when I started feeling it. So I think that might be part of it. That's what I'm feeling, you know what I mean? Like I've been on well, not 6 months, maybe like 5 months. I would say since I stopped playing Sims, like that first time around where I felt burnt out on Sims, is when I started taking the Wellbutrin. So that's why I'm wondering if there's something there that's like causing these issues more than just my own personal feelings. You know what I'm saying? Oh, am I out of ammo? Why am I not shooting? I'm shooting blanks here. You know? Like, I think part of that is... Girl, I'm missing every shot. That was so bad. I have no ammo now. I have no ammo now. It's a bot, though. Hold on. Let me take care of this bot, and then I'll continue. Yeah, hold on. Girl, what's she doing? Or taking meds. Oh yeah, I'm on a lot of mental health meds. Oh yeah, I am. And so I think that's part of it too, right? You know. So I think all those things can be true at the same time, you know. Made a difference. Okay, interesting. I mean, obviously, like I have like a therapist and a psychiatrist that I see. Katie, thank you for those gifties. I see you, baddie. Thank you so much. You know, and you just plead. I know. Yeah, mine's an XR, so I have to do that. That's what my mental health meds. They make you feel worse before you build it. Yes, and like I don't know, and your body changes to mental health meds too. Like it's not always permanent, right? Like, and that's why I think maybe my body has changed based off of just the physiological way of things. Yeah, right. And so I think that's part of it too, right? And so anyways, that's my big thing. It's like, it's not that it's like trying new things on Fortnite, trying new things on Minecraft, trying new things on whatever. I think it's more so that there's like a feeling in my body that I'm struggling with that I don't know how to come to terms with that's affecting gaming for me in a way. And I think a lot of that has been built up from a lot of external factors of like viewership of my other content that isn't gaming content not doing well. I think a lot of those things also affect it as well too. Like there becomes a distaste from it, you know? And so it's just like trying to figure that out for me. But I think it's less so that it's like a burnout from that and more of like a specific thing, you know? And Airways, I love that. Could it be just normal job burnout where everyone... I think so. I mean, it could be that too, right? I don't know. The thing is for me though, I just haven't been able to play games outside of stream too, you know? You know what I mean? Sebastian, the Lofty ones? I do. I like those, yeah. I love Lofty, so I'm excited about it. Thank you for the heartbeat. Katie, thank you again for those big gifties. I will play an alert, Patty. Sorry. I'm so locked in on the convo. Hi, Rachel. How are you? So if that makes sense a little bit. Oh, didn't do that. Really, Bessie, thank you. And listen, like, it's, again, it's not anything, like, it's just things that I'm trying to figure out, you know? I don't think so, Alien, because I loved it. Like, and that's the thing is like, I can't see myself doing anything else. Like, I actually love being a content creator and doing this every day. It's just the gaming part of it that I'm struggling with. You know what I mean? Yeah, Casey, for sure. I don't sell my crochet stuff anymore, Grayscale, but I do make stuff. Yeah, I see. And I think, and that's the thing too with crochet. It happened to me with crochet as well, actually. That's another thing, Grayscale. It happened to me with crochet too. So I think it's like hobbies in general, and that's what, and things that I love in general. And I'm like, okay, there's got to be something going on, you know? Like, there's got to be something more to that I'm not experiencing or I'm not understanding. You know what I mean? Like 100% of the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. Could be HD. Yeah, I think it could be HD too. I don't know. You know what I mean? I think that too, Faye. I think that's a little of it too. Yeah. And so I just wanted to like be honest with you guys and be like, this is what's happening. Girl, where'd you go? Oh. Girl, can these... I feel like the twins never land for me. I feel like the twins absolutely never land for me the way I want them to. Like, they just never land the shots that I need to with them. Ever. I'm glad you're honest with us. Yeah. I mean, you guys know I talk about it all the time, and I'm like, you know, yapping about it. But I think it's important to talk about, too, you know? So it's like, okay. And that's the thing, too. It's not even that I'm, like, not interested in my hobbies. Like, I am. It's just that I can't bring myself to love them or do them. Does that make sense? A little bit? Like, I love Fortnite. I love Minecraft. I love gaming. And I love crocheting. And I love all those things. But my body, it's like a block. And it's hard to explain, I guess, if you've, like, fully experienced it. You know what I mean? Yes. You know? Type cheese, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of it, right? Like, I'm having a great time playing Fortnite and yapping with you guys right now, you know? But I think two things can be true at the same time, you know? Yeah, it's just I'm not enjoying it the same way I necessarily maybe used to, you know? I'm getting shot at. Where is he? Where am I getting shot at from? Girl. There's way too much bullshit in here now. Ox on everything, yeah. Luana, thank you for the follow. I would describe it like a mental block. Like if you've read a mental block or something, you know? I think it's kind of like that. In a way. Like writer's block, you know? Thank you, Kylie. I appreciate it. And it means a lot to me, right? It's just something that I'm like, you know? Yeah, I think that too. I think part of it too is I need to put less pressure on myself for specifically like growing specific types of content or videos or whatever, you know? Especially my non-gaming content. I put a lot of pressure on myself for those things too, you know? Or pressure if something doesn't do, if I have a bad day one day, you know? Liana, thank you for the follow. Sorry, Shop, I missed your message. What was it? Thank you. Love you, thank you for the follow. Was hilarious? Yeah, like that was fun, you know? Perfect sense, something, yeah. And the thing is, I used to be a hyper fixator too. I'm not these days either, you know? Thank you. Exactly. And I think it's like trying to figure out what that is, right? You know? And like, I'll figure it out, but I just wanted to be honest with you guys about how I was feeling. Because I know some people are like, wait, why don't you like Minecraft? Or why don't you like Fortnite anymore? Or why don't you like these games? It's not so much that I don't like the games. It's that I just have been struggling with the full thing in general, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And that's kind of my full point, I guess, in a way. And it's not streaming because I fucking love streaming. I tell you what, like, I don't think if I didn't have this every day, guys, I don't know where I'd be in my life, you know? I do have ADHD. Yes, I do. I don't know where I'd be in my life. Because this is like the thing I love the most out of anything in the world. You know what I mean? Feeling what you're feeling? Yeah, I don't feel embarrassed by it. I'm frustrated by it more than embarrassed. I'm frustrated by it more than not, if that makes sense. I'm more frustrated than embarrassed, you know? It might be. I mean, it may, L. I don't know. Welcome back, Imogen. Thank you. I appreciate it. And so, like, that's why I'm trying to also grow our other types of content, too, you know? And I think we'll shine through with it. Yeah, exactly, Sam. Yeah. But it's a little bit of that, too, right? A little bit of that, too. Seriously with friends? Yeah. I think so. I do want to do more collab stuff. I won't lie. I do. I actually really do want more collab stuff. Part of the things I've talked about is our stream. It's very funny. The fact that the world is a dumpster. Yes. It's very funny. Our stream, guys, is so funny. And I said this yesterday. I go to other content creator streams and I love it, but the chat usually is chatting amongst themselves and the streamer isn't always paying attention to chat. I feel like for me, I'm just directly talking with you guys. And so sometimes when I do collabs, it's harder because the audience is like, wait, I'm not getting not that you guys are like, I need attention, honey, but like, there's like, there is a like very significant, like, oh, it's not working the way it should because I don't get to have this same interaction constantly with y'all. And so what I'm trying to do also with like our moderators and with our community is like trying to have more conversation between chat that isn't involving me too, you know? Yeah, yeah. How about need attention? Does that make sense a little bit too, you know? I'm with my friend tomorrow. Wait, that's fun, Erlass. Playing some pizza. I love that. Thank you for the finger hearts. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's like also trying to do that a little bit too, you know? Great talk with chat. Thank you. I think it's one of my best things about our stream. Just give the heart me and me. Thank you. I just think it makes it harder to do. Oh, do I have not full shield? I thought I did. It just makes it a little bit harder to do like the usual stuff, you know, or collabing things. Let me try and lock in here, y'all. We're top 5. Thank you, guys. And I appreciate y'all. New account? Oh, well, Brendel, I'm glad you're here. And that's why I feel bad, too, when I get frustrated when people, like, ask me about a game or something and I get, like, snippy about it. Like, I'm not trying to be... It's like, I'm just trying to figure that out, too. Papa, can you hear me? You know? I don't like that I'm so far away from circle. Okay, I have to push in here a little bit. I also am gonna need more movement eventually. You know when it happens? Yeah. But again, this is my favorite part of stream, is actually talking with you guys. That's what I love to do the most. That's what I love to do the most, is talking with you guys first and foremost, you know? Like, you guys know I'd rather lose a game than not be able to yap with y'all. You know? Hoping there was some movement there. Nothing. That's totally fine, Jen. I get that. I get that. Yeah, I think that too a little bit, Eric. Yeah. Nothing like crazy and exciting. And yes, get some rest. Get some rest. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. I'm afraid to jump on this here. Thank you very much about your struggles. Yeah, and again, it's like, it's nobody specific. It's not one thing. It's not a game. It's not whatever. It's just like something I've been feeling lately. And I'm like, And I've just sort of noticed it, I think, more this week than ever that I've been having these feelings. So I'm like, okay, it's actually more than just like one game burnout type thing, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's more than just one specific thing, you know? And that was like a new revelation. I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to call it to me. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Yep. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I love Yap with y'all. Yeah. Oh, girl. I don't want to be in the fight. We're just top 3, y'all. It's the damn oh, he's way up there. Okay, wait, but they're fighting. I'm gonna try and push in. They have a lot of advantage on me though. I'm actually gonna push to circle. I'm gonna try and get to circle here. I'm gonna lock in for a minute, y'all. Question is, where is everybody else? That's the real question, honey. I don't know everybody else, but yeah, I like they were up on the mountain, but now I'm like I want to see gunshots, you know what I mean? But I'm seeing nothing. I would rather carry bubbles. Bunks this season are kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, of course I'm all the way across where I need to be. Okay, they're fighting. We got one low. One's a breath. Can I track them? Wait. That was dumb of me. I took too far of a fall there. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm gonna die to storm. God, I can't land a shot on him. We might be in trouble here, y'all. I had to lock in. I had to lock in. I had to lock in there, baby. I don't know why he was do you see him just standing there though? Why was he just standing there? The last guy. Did he just accept his fate? He probably self-revived it, glitched. Oh, he was self-resing, was it? Okay. I think he camped his way top 3, was scared. Yeah. It looked like he was like just frozen there. It looked like he was literally just like standing there waiting for me to get him. Oh, that was funny. Hey, that was good. Good win. I had to lock it. I was nervous. I had low health, so I was scared. And I thought he gave up. Guys, thank you for all the gifties, by the way. Spicy Tom, Carla, oh my God, Hex, Sam, InFace, Kinsey, Emily, guys, thank you for the gifties and the taps of the love and the shares. And thank you for the Biddy Tasha as well. I appreciate you guys. We got a crown too. That's right, we did. That's right, we did. Yeah. So yeah. Lots of tea. Guys, I might There is a lot of Twitter discourse today. Hi, Maddie. How are you? There is a lot. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. About Sakuna? No, it's about a streaming software called Meld. Feeling zesty? Way! I love that, Hannah. It's kind of crazy. Why? What's the tea? They released a new update that a lot of people use Meld, and I've been wanting to switch to Meld for a long time. But they released a new update to today. They announced that uses AI for building overlays and things for stream. Things you see on stream that I do every day, like alerts, things like that. That uses AI. They're claiming it doesn't use generative AI, but there's no way. I just can't fathom a way that it doesn't use generative AI, because how are you building something from nothing other than using code source? But it's creating images. And it's kind of frustrating because, like, I'm seeing a lot of people that I support and are friends with defending it. Like, it's a very weird thing. I'm seeing way too many streamers that I'm friends with and creators that I'm friends with supporting it. And I'm like, oh, interesting. Like, it's just something I clocked today. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of people doing that. There's a lot of people doing that. I'm like, very weird. Yeah, noted. Is this still? Wait, hold on. I was like afraid it was still frozen. I'll not support that. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either. I'm just like, I just clocked so many people doing it, and I was like, you know, I was like, that's a frozen meal. I don't know. It's just kind of frustrating to see, you know. And the reason that I think it's frustrating is all of my overlays and alerts that you guys see, every single alert, every shake that ice, every sub alert that plays, even the goals that you see on Purple, right? All of those were made by an artist that I paid. All of those were made by people that I paid to create these things. You know what I mean? Aurora, there's a war in Iran going on. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be real. I don't care. Like, to me, the Chapel Roan shit is like loser behavior. If people, guys are paying attention to that, I'm gonna be real. Like, that is one thing. I do not care if she's mean to kids, if she's not mean to kids. Like, the Chapel Roan stuff to me is like so beyond my. I feel like people are paying way too much attention to that. You know, no, you're fine, Aurora. It's fine. I just am like, I'm not even interested in that drama. You know. It's been good. Yeah, it's like for me, it's like taking away from those artists, right? You know? But just like Meld, yeah, exactly. That's insane for me. It's like, I really wanted to switch to Meld because there's so many great features it has. And now this is such like a turnoff for me. And I'm like, ugh. Like, I thought it would save me from OBS one day when they got the updates I needed, you know? Francisco, I actually said yesterday that I do think that AI is staying. What I think that the issue is right now with AI is there's absolutely no regulations, and people are using AI for the wrong thing. They're using it for artists. They're using it for creating things that we as human beings should be creating. They're not using it for things like medical discovery, for growth in different ways, to help automate our life in different ways, right? And I think that's a big thing. And I think until there's like regulations on it, there's no real thing to fix it. You know what I mean? Okay, I think I might die here. Girl! Oh, she was so low too. Girl, she was so low too. Damn. Yeah, and I think that's the problem with it right now for me with AI specifically. And generative AI is bad. It just is. It's just, that's the bad part about it, right? And so it's like, I don't know. For me, what streaming is such a creative endeavor, and there's so many creative things that go into live streaming by creating your brand and your identity. And like, I feel like this now being away is like, I don't know. It's just frustrating to me. It's frustrating, and it's frustrating to see so many of my friends and creators who I am such good friends with supporting it. I'm like, that frustrates me a lot. You know what I mean? You know, it's like two things can be true at once. You know, it's like, ugh, I don't know. Really bugs me. Really just bugs me. Really bugs me. Thank you, Justin. So anyways, that's my hot take there. My hot take there. It's the same thing with AI in Fortnite, right? Obviously, there's some things you can't avoid and there's some things you can avoid, right? And it's just like continuing to add these features. It's just like, ugh, you know? Yeah. Exactly. What kind of frozen meal? It's a one from the dollar store. It's like one of those Tostito ones. I don't even know what they're called. Oh, just welcome in over here. And Rach, guys, thank you for the gift to Sailor Moon. Thank you. I'm doing good, Glitter Goddess. I'm doing good. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Zane, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it for, oh my God, 4 months. Sorry guys, I'm starving. But what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? I mean, it's very warm here today. Very warm here today, yeah. It's very warm here today. Alien with 5 gifted.
She's an icon.
See, this is all human made, baby. Koi J made this for me, right?
And she is the moment.
Death.
And that's what I mean.
She passed away.
Like that's what you want, you know? That's what you want. But yeah, I'm just watching so many people being like, it's the future, it's whatever. And I'm like, Lofty, yeah. Thank you so much. Now we're slaying our sub goal up, y'all. Yeah, we love Koi J. I used to, Emily. I don't anymore. Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate it. Hey, Queen. Yeah, Sebastian. Exactly. And it's like, I wish nothing bad to the people who are using it or whatever, or like if Meld continues to grow with it, well, that's fine. But I wish they would like address some of the concerns that are happening with it already. Because even right now, they're just kind of ignoring every concern that's being posted online. I'm like, okay. I am Paula. Taylor, thank you for letting me cook at the rose. Thank you. Yeah, the avoidance, it's just kind of crazy. The avoidance is kind of crazy to me. I'm like, okay. Guys, thank you for the goodies on. We are trying to hit our finger heart goal. We got 50 left on those. I know. I really do love this skin. Okay, we have, hold on.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm.
Oh, there she is. She tried. Zane, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. It's called Twitch. What sounds like a squeaky toy? It's the it's his what do you call it? Pickaxe. Taylor, thank you for pushing the finger heart goal. Oh, you're such a baddie. And like, listen, I'm not a perfect being, right? Like, AI exists in the things that I do every day. Like, unfortunately, a lot of the TikTok gifts that you guys see are AI generated. Aileen, thank you for gifting a thing to disassociation. Like, you know what I mean? But I also think it's like, where can we change what should be changed, you know? And why are we continuing to allow those things to happen, you know? Jay, thank you guys for the goodies. I appreciate it. Slaver achieving the goals. Yes, you guys are slaying up. Yeah, it just absolutely needs more regulation. 100%. 100%. 100%. Alien, you just hit 100 gifted subs, by the way. That's crazy. Thank you so much. That's literally crazy. 100 gifted. Can we get some huge slays for that? Yeah, don't be scared about it. I think learning about it's important, but I also think learning the difference between different types of AI is important too, like generative versus non-generative, etc., etc. Yeah. What's the red circle? That's your rivalry, Imogen. So it's a new thing introduced this season. So it's a person nearby here. It's a person nearby here. Was there not a... Oh, I thought there was in here. Oh, it's up top there. How do you multitask so well? ADHD, really. Truly. Oh, I'm getting shot at. Hold on. Girl. Girl, why is my gun not firing? Whoa, she tried. Oh, girl, she tried. Oh, honey. I panicked almost for a second there. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I was a little nervous for a second. Okay. Okay, so we have a hype train almost on purple. We just need one more, I think one more sub or 100 bits to take us there from somebody new. Tornado watch. Oh my gosh, please stay safe. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have been saying they've had tornado watches recently. Which is kind of crazy. That's actually kind of wild. Hi, GM Pietro. Be pressing with a follow. Ember, thank you for gifting a sub to J6. I appreciate it. I'm starting a hype train as well, guys. We have a hype train on purple. Let me play the hype train out. Meow, 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 meow.
All aboard!
All aboard. All aboard. All aboard. All aboard. Oh, by the way, guys, tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST, by the way, 12 p.m. PST, by the way, guys, we are going live on the Gaming Live TikTok. So like the official TikTok account, we got invited to do an hour live stream on the official Gaming Live TikTok account. So that's 3 p.m. EST. So stream tomorrow is going to be at a different time. Tomorrow, as a reminder. So tomorrow will be a little bit different in terms of stream. We're gonna be doing a later stream. So basically my plan is to go live on the TikTok Gaming Live channel for the hour that we have or whatever that we're on there for. And then after we finish that hour, we'll go live on all like our regular on Twitch and on TikTok on our platforms. That's my plan for tomorrow. So the start time of stream won't be till like 3 p.m. EST. But of course, I'll let everybody know in the Discord and on Instagram stories and all those things and on my TikTok stories for when we will be going live on that channel. But if you guys want to come over there and hang out there, I'll have an announcement ready for it as well. And you'll see me post a video about it later on too. We're probably going to do Fortnite because Fortnite's like our most known game, KBJ, most likely, you know? So we'll probably do Fortnite tomorrow on that channel. Yeah. Be here. I'm trying to practice my headshots a little more. I really am. I am Sid. I am having a good day. Thank you. So yeah, that's the full thing. And guys, one more gifted sub will take us, or one sub or 100. I think 100 bits will take us to the next level of the hype train. So thank you, baddies. We are only 9 subs away from the sub goal. Haley, I think you're the favorite crane. So yeah, that's tomorrow. I'm kind of excited about it. I think it'll be fun. I've never actually gone live on the gaming channel before on TikTok, so we'll see what it's like. Imogen, thank you for the hand harp. Did you love playing that game last night? I had a good time with it, yeah. Thanks, Emma. No, Casey, I haven't. What did you think of the finger hearts? Hi, Yolanda, how are you? Meow, 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 meow. I feel like we've been playing really good today, by the way. Right? Like, I feel like I'm kind of eating today. Emily, thank you as well. Oh my God, thank you guys. I feel like we've been kind of eating today. do. Ooh, what do we got here? No. Lots of loot though. Holy cow. Intrigue, please, I'll play after this round. Water says that sound. How's that sound? I'll play the big one. I'll play the Britney one. Jams, thank you for the heart me. Come over here. Oh, she died. She died of fall damage? What did she die to? Why did it say I got the elim on that? I'm confused. Girl. Because you cooked her? I mean, true. Fuck. Yeah! Fuck, I'm better. Oh my God, I'm so good. Holy shit, that was awesome. Okay, I have 5 health, guys. I need to find heals now. Ooh, that was crazy. Sorry, that was crazy. Everything you were gonna get sub, by the way. Oh my gosh. Guys, sorry, that was crazy, right? Come on, that was kind of crazy, right? That was kind of crazy. Did I miss the mythic? Oh shit. Oh my God, I feel like I cooked there. Oh, I feel like I cooked there, y'all. That was crazy. I usually I would have lost that usually. I don't know what I'm on today, but a girl's playing today. I know, I was holding my breath too. I was like, oh my God. He was like good too. I feel like what I'm doing is I'm getting better with my like the shots with this here specifically. All right, I really need to get more. I need like blues. Hi Courtney, how are you? I'm locked in a little bit, y'all. Okay, we got some here. I know. He's eating pieces up, Leo. Hey, Bessie. Hi, Bree. How are you? Actually, I think I can go to the rivalry board and get some stuff here. Oh, Courtney, I love that. That's awesome. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate it. Okay. We might be good now. Oh my God, I had to lock in there. Woo! Oh, honey. There are 6 people left. I forget how the pistol does eat. The pistol does eat. Lily, thank you for the follow. I'm just, guys, thank you so much for the gifties, by the way. I really appreciate it. We're so close to our goals on both platforms. Thank you, thank you. Guys, I gotta take a bite of my food. Hold on. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. It's a classic. It really is. It really is. Bum, bum, bum. What are your thoughts eating? What do you mean? Look at that very often, Sterling. Say thank you for that. Pure Leaf 2, yeah. I'm eating it's like a taco bowl, but it's just frozen. It's a frozen taco bowl. From like, I think I got it from Dollar General, guys. Not gonna lie. So not the healthiest of options, but an option that I do have right now. Because I really need to go grocery shopping. Yeah, I don't have any Snapple right now. All my like gas stations don't carry, wait, where is this? Don't carry, what do you call it? Let me pick this up. Snapple these days. Thank you, Sterling. Yeah, I do really need to go grocery shopping. Food shopping? I know. I really need to. Haley, did they announce new ones today? I haven't seen any announcements yet. No, if I had a Trader Joe's near me, I'd go every day, Josh. The nearest Trader Joe's is like an hour away from me. Hour and 10 minutes, really. It's far away. Girl, what's she doing? I don't have a full Whole Foods either. The only thing we have is a Wegmans, which if you know Wegmans, Wegmans is a vibe. Girl, what is this person doing? What are they? Can I, like, hello? Oh, they went inside the building there. Oh, shit. I'm too far. Wait, I'm going away from Storm Circle here. Oh, I knew I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Damn, I should have ran. Woo! That's all right though. I feel like I was still playing good. Hi Heather, how are you? We were something the other day and ended up getting stuff for a week worth of charcuterie board. Ooh, yummy. Wegmans is very expensive. Was that the same guy though? Because there was somebody else who landed. I don't know if that was the guy who was driving or not. I haven't gotten, no, I don't know. I haven't got one either today. That was terrible. Did you see anything else I did that whole round, Hexy? Or are you just coming in and saying one thing? Saying one thing. Let's see. Follow for more shorts and full fight clips. Girl, your clip's not getting over 400 views and you're coming in saying something's terrible. Honey, I think you better learn how to edit content before you come in and say something, okay? With your 104 followers. The audacity. The audacity. And I'm watching your clips right now and they look like ass. Girl, you're just running people over with your car and you call that good? Like, honey, if you're gonna criticize me, at least be good at the damn game. I'm watching these clean kills who? I'm watching these clips right now. Girl, you're barely aiming. Like, what are we talking about here? These are embarrassing. I'm literally watching each and every one because I'm actually embarrassed for you. I'm watching you take shots like nobody else and they're terrible. Damn. Anyways. Can I play it out? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie. And this is
It's
Big
Britney,
Mistake.
bitch.
Yeah, baby. Let's ready up, guys. Exact message for the follow. Overwhelming, yeah. Wait, which one, Squeezy? Which one, Squeezy? Me, Slay Queen. You can't play. Yeah, Wegmans. Yeah, Wegmans can be overwhelming. Yeah. The Britney vignette makes me scream every time I see it. I know. It's one of my. It is one of my favorite ones. It's one of my favorite ones that we have. All right. I'm reading these posts and I'm just disappointed in a lot of them. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking at posts on Twitter. I'm just very disappointed in a lot of them here. It's kind of disappointing. Sorry. All right, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm based in New York. Based in New York. Based in New York. New York, New York. Goes this girl. Oh, it's just tea about AI on no, not New York City, upstate New York. AI in the streaming space right now. It's really dumb. I'm doing good, Amar. How are you? Slay Queen, exactly. I'm still waiting for this sneaky link tea, honey. I gave that tea. Most of it. But yeah, city, I don't say the exact city. I think he meant New York City, but no, I'm not in New York City. I don't say the exact city I'm in though. Avatar movie being leaked. I had no idea there was a new Avatar movie leaked. What? I mean, I just said I had a sneaky link last night. That was all. That was all. I'm drinking Pure Leaf tea. I'm drinking Pure Leaf tea right now. Is there drama with it? I must have pinged him, yeah. Is there drama with it? I had to leave earlier, did you? Oh, we got something up here. He's in the bush, maybe? Got him. I don't know what she was trying there, not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Was it at least satisfying? Well, honey, now come on. I never kiss and tell. Some random guy the movie at first? Wait, that's funny. That's actually kind of hysterical. Bye, Imogen, have a good night. Wait, that's actually kind of hysterical. There, I did. Guys, how are we on the goal on TikTok? I actually can't see it right now. Can somebody tell me? I want to see how close we are. How we're slaying and cooking. If we are slaying and cooking. Actually, let me take this check with us. 31%. Oh, we got some work to do, baddies. Think we can catch up? Think we can do it today, y'all? I bet you we can. I bet you we can. Purple's a little ahead of y'all right now. My son loves Avatar and he also has TikTok, so I'm scared that he might get spoiled and get mad. Now, are we talking Avatar the blue people or Avatar another one that I'm not thinking of? The Airbender one. Which one are we talking about? Is there, I don't know which one is having a new movie. I'll be real. The last Airbender one? Okay. I was like, I don't know which one is having a new movie. Okay, T. When is the movie supposed to come out? Was the movie supposed to come out soon? Girl, just stand still, Christ! Bot! Just stand still, October? Okay. The movie Smexy and Muscular. Who? Airbender one, but they all look so good. Hi, Blushing, how are you? Green, thank you for that. Heart me. Sherman and people. Wait, that's so funny. Like literally just stand still. I do like the Avatar movies. I haven't watched the. I haven't really watched. I watched the. Is there? How many are there now? Are there 3 or 2? Hi, NJ Mom. It's good to see you. Yeah, if we hit the goal today, we'll do a community game. That sounds great. I love that idea, Juki. If we on both platforms, if we do it today, we'll do customs. How's that sound? We'd have to hit it before we have like an hour, so that I can host the customs for the amount of time. So if we can slay the goals within like an hour on both platforms, then we could do an hour of customs if we want to end the day. To end the day. What are customs? Customs are matches that are just us. So it's just the community. Just the community. No, because I can't play. Fair, Francisco, fair. Girl, I'm not getting anything I want. I need bubbles. Casey with a follow. I need bubs. I don't think I have any gold either. I don't have enough gold for anything, really. Irritated roach with...
Then we go to the gay club, and who do I see as soon as I get in the door?
Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair.
Yes.
Yes. Dula Peep.
And you know what?
What was that? Okay. James. Yes. Thank you so much, Maddie. Now we're really almost done with the purples. And Emma with the galley. Oh, I have the glitch, do I?
With gentle hands and the heart of a fighter.
A couple of days ago, Farm Wife. Literally a couple of days ago, I had an ice cream sandwich on stream and I had to end stream immediately because I was about to shit my pants. Girl. Literally had to end stream because I was about to shit my pants. Quite literally. Work, yeah. Hot girls have FBS. Yes, they do. What the? NJ Mom with the Viking hammer. Oh my God.
Baby, I shake the ice. I shake the ice. Shake the ice.
A little bit.
Shake that, shake that, shake that, shake that.
I've never seen that one before.
Shake the ice. Shake the ice.
Oh, baddies.
Shake that, shake that.
Oh, baddies. You said, actually, we are going to do customs today. The ice cream sandwich was good. I won't lie. It was good. Slay, let's go. And Thomas, thank you for the follow. Oh, hello. Hi, Kylie. How are you? But yeah, I just say an hour because really we need time to if we hit it like say like at 6:45 or something. It's just it takes so much time to get the custom set up that I want to make sure that we have enough time for it. Have you seen the movie White Chicks? Yeah. I mean, long time ago. When I was like growing up, I feel like I watched it. Watched it a lot. Yeah, my belly said, no, girl. I'm doing good, Kylie. Just living life. Living life. I'm actually having a great time on Fortnite today. It's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun today. Oh. Hold on. Girl, where is she? What was she doing? Just swimming around. It's going good. Thank you for asking, Dragon. And thank you, Mean, for the tiny dinies too. Hi, Maddie. I gotta stay here, guys, because the storm's gonna close here. So moving anywhere outside of here is not great. Can I say something that's a little maybe crazy? Well, it's actually not crazy. I actually kind of loathe this, like, ending at a certain spot. It's always gonna end here at Squibbly Shores. Like, I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that, actually. Like, I feel like it kind of limits like, it's kind of dumb. You know what I mean? Because now I don't want to go anywhere else, and because I know the fight's going to take us here at the end. So I'm like, okay, I'll just wait, I guess. And then also everybody gets here super early. And then everybody gets here super early, you know? Yeah, I hate fighting in buildings in city, you know? Yeah, it limits your gameplay. I agree. I like have to like camp basically, or just like keep moving around. User, the other finger hurts. Would I ever move to, I would love to, I think I would enjoy living on the West Coast. I love Seattle when I visited, Emma. I had a blast in Seattle. The only thing is my family's here. Like I could never leave my mama. I'm a mama's boy through and through. So like, that's why I probably wouldn't go anywhere too crazy, because I just love being 10 minutes away from my mom. You know what I mean? It's so hard. Oh my God, I feel like I gotta lock in half the time, y'all. Shit, I got spotted. He's just waiting up there. Oh, honey. Damn. I'm thank you for the figures, guys. Thank you. All right, we gotta wait here a minute. Hi, Maddie. I'm having a great Wednesday. Thank you for asking. Would you go to New York City? I lived in New York City for a year and a half. I didn't love New York City. I loved what I missed the most about New York City. Hold on, let me lock in for a minute. Was the culture of New York City for sure, and like the lifestyle that New York City had. Girl. I'm dead. Oh! She got me too low. She got me too low. Damn. I hate fighting in a building. That's the one thing I hate in Fortnite is fighting in a building. Thank you. Hi, Ashton. But I love New York City, but the thing I didn't like about New York City is I just couldn't go in. I couldn't like drive anywhere. It was always so busy, but I loved the energy. I love the gay scene, of course. I love just like being able to like go and do things whenever I wanted to. You know what I mean? If money wasn't an issue, I'd probably live in like a mid-sized city where I could drive around still, but have things to do every day if I wanted to. Like if I wanted to like go out and do something, like we could go out and do something. You know what I mean? You know, like I think I need I think I need enough where I can have solitude when I want it, but also not enough. I lived right before COVID, the pandemic hit, Josh. So like 2019, 2020, around that time specifically. So yeah, that's me. Do you like to drive a lot? I do like to drive a lot. I don't love driving like to a lot, but I like having the ability to drive to the places. Like the thing for me is like, okay, so for example, when I lived in New York City, guys, I had to like plan out a grocery store trip. You know what I mean? Like, I was saying this the other day on stream, I think. I had to like, it would be like I don't know, a 5-hour journey just for me to be able to get groceries for the week. And I hated that. Like, I didn't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I hated that specifically. So, yeah, it was a nightmare. So it's just that type of lifestyle I didn't love. So it was harder, you know? Is this what the game? Thank you. Then you gotta bring the wagon cart thing. Yeah, gray sweatpants. Listen, Aubrey. And why did I leave? I left because of the pandemic. So basically the lockdown hit and I just flew back home and moved back home and stayed back home with my family during that time because I didn't want to be in the city alone when that was happening. And so that's why I left New York City. And then I never went back. And then I never went back. You know? So. No, Tiffany, it's usually because I like to yap with you guys in between the games. Usually. So, yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at the Twitter drama right now. I'm like scrolling it a little bit. Anyways. Spill the drama. The tea is there's a lot of AI discussion going on TikTok, on Twitter, streamer Twitter right now. It's for those who are not in the space, it's not very exciting for people. I didn't see the Sabrina drama. No, it's not. It's like very unthrilling. Wait, NJ1, thank you for the hand up, by the way, and Haley and Ash, thank you guys. Wait, I don't think the sub goal updated. I think it's supposed to be higher than what it's. Oh wait. My stream is like super delayed. Wait, on my preview, my stream is super delayed. Am I caught up with you guys on stream? Mine is like several minutes behind. Thanks, Tiffany. I've been in Maryland before. You were insider. Thanks, I guess. Hi, Shiloh. Who's your favorite singer? Adele. I don't know the Alex drama, no. Girl, why did I land here? I'm gonna die. I wasn't paying attention. Am I like super behind for you guys? Haley, thank you for the hand hearts. Seems real time to me. Okay. I'm gonna say a word. I'm gonna say the word purple and type purple back to me. Type purple back to me when you hear that word. Okay, so yeah, it's real time. Guys, I don't have a weapon right now. I'm gonna die. I don't have a weapon. Okay, we have a shotgun. See if I can take this fight with a shotgun. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. Nope. Oh, I did get him low though. That's all right. Purple. Okay, we are on time. My thing's like behind, like my display is behind a little bit. I was like, hold on, but yeah, because we're 27 on 30 there. There are little bursts that lag once in a while. Interesting. I wonder if that's a purple issue today. Interesting. Okay. That's good to know, though. That's good to know. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Guys, thank you. Wait, I missed Ash, thank you. And Haley, guys, thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you, guys. We're getting closer with the goals. If we get the goals, we have about 45 minutes left. If we slay them up, we will do customs today for the last hour of stream, y'all. We will. Interesting that there's lag, though. I'm not having any connection issues. I'm curious. Industry today profile pic. I mean, I did already show that yesterday. Teddy, thank you for the follow. Training map. I have. I mean, I don't think my aim is awful. I think I need to work on my headshots, specifically my headshots. Have you seen the Luffy skins? Yes. Have I heard of Luffy? Are you kidding me? She's one of my favorite artists. Wait, where is it? Hello. I love her. I'm just walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. Me too. I love that. Getting your skins to shop one is gonna be so cute. I think so. Probably. Like, that's a purchase I probably will do. User, thank you for the gifties. Oh my god, user with all those hand hearts. Holy cow. Thank you. This is a good job. The bunny backbling is never coming off. Yeah, it's a cute. I think it's cute. That like Laffy is a artist that I actually really love, so that is one that I gladly get. You know. Haley, thank you for the heart me and Lego popular. Thank you guys so much. I do, Francisco. Yeah. You still support Chapel if she was awful to kids? What kid? The rich kid? Is that the one you're talking about? I'm gonna be real, guys. I don't give a fuck about Chapel Roan and what she does in her personal time. I really don't. I really don't. Like, you guys are too parasocial with these famous people. Like, there's a war in Iran. Donald Trump is posting a picture of himself as Jesus Christ, and we're worried about Chapel Roan maybe being mean to a kid, but also it was the security that was maybe mean to the kid. Like, I don't, and the security wasn't even her security. So I guess I'm just confused on why everybody is so like locked in on Chapel Roan. You know what I mean? Like, I got other things to worry about, you know? I got too much else going on in life to think about this. And also, yeah, like, also, I'm gonna be real, guys. I actually do kind of think it's okay to be rude to paparazzi and to people. I know fame gives you attention, but fame does not mean that your life should be open to everything all the time. You know what I mean? You know? Like, that's part of the way the world, like, I don't know. It's like you're trying to make them a zoo animal, not a human. I'm like, I don't know. And it's a different time. Like people are like, oh, this is what it used to be back in the day. And it's like, well, back in the day, you know, hold on. Back in the day, the internet was like nothing. You know what I mean? The internet barely existed back in the day. You know? So for me, I'm just like, I don't even care. Dr. Stuff, yeah. I'm just like, I don't even care. I'm gonna thank you for the hand hearts. Thoughts on Addison Rae? Am I supposed to have thoughts? Is there something I should have thoughts about her? I'll be real, guys. I don't care enough on celebrities to like have any details on tea about them. Like, I never know anything going on with celebrities and like the tea with them, you know? Tiffany, thank you for the DJ Cactus. I just don't, I never do, you know? It's going great, Mallard. How are you? Favorite food? I love Indian food. I am excited for Laffy, actually. I am. And yeah, also, fuck them kids. Sorry, I hate kids. Fuck them kids. I don't know. I hate kids. They're annoying as shit. And that's my hot take, I guess. Yeah, like, I can't be bothered to care. Like, I don't know. I also think it's very telling that people are like, Sam! I also think it's very, very telling that people were very much attacking Chapel Roan for being, I guess, quote unquote, rude or whatever to paparazzi when Justin Bieber has been doing it for years, when several other people, when men specifically have been doing it for years, but she's a woman and therefore now we have to hyper criticize her only because of that. Like, there's a double standard there that's very, very blatant and obvious that no one is really recognizing either, you know? Like, it's very specifically that that women are supposed to just be readily available for the perception of everyone all the time, and men like Justin Bieber are people who are not, you know? It's like, I don't know. User, thank you for the hand hearts, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know anything about the Addison Rae thing. You actually sing? I know. He's so good, Papa West. I'm glad, Sarah. That's awesome. User, thank you for the rest of the hand hearts. Thank you so much. Wait, what was I doing? Let's get the exotic pistol this round. I don't know anything about the Addison Rae stuff. I'll be real. I have no idea what's going on there. So I don't know any of that. Caterpillar, how are you? How are you? I want the other shotgun. Thank you for the follow too. And Fisher 40, thank you for the Hermie. Hi, Planet Slayer. So anyways, those are my hot takes on it, I guess. Oh! Girl. Let's better songs. Oh, I guess I really have an opinion on it. I guess I don't really have an opinion on it per se. Thank you for, I appreciate it. Sorry if I missed it. Sorry if I missed it. Hi, Mia. How are you? I actually don't really know Addison Rae's music, or maybe I do and I just don't think I know it. Diet Pepsi. See, I'd have to like listen to the song to be like, yeah, you know what I mean? I never know names of songs. Like, I really don't. Oh, girl, watch me die. Oh my God, I thought I lost the thing. I thought I bounced off something. You like the Doolies? Not usually, no. Oh, Fame is a Gun, I know. That was not bad, I guess. It's very just like stuff you'd hear at JCPenney's. I don't know. I think maybe. I don't know. Again, I have like no real opinion on it, I guess. Mike, thank you for the follow. I also don't know all her music, but when I think of Fame is a Gun, I think of like JCPenney's. Not in a bad way, just like something I feel like I'd hear it in JCPenney's. Oh, come on. I don't, Alicia. One day I'll put it together. Hi, Remvi. So I guess kind of. I don't know. But yeah, that's my hot chaperone take, I guess. Is that a hot take? Maybe it's just, maybe it's a normal take. Hi, man. How are you? It was, wait, why did I take this? I don't need this. I have movement. Yeah, I don't think her doing it is bad either. Rip, I missed that take. Oh, my hot take was about Chappell Roan and the kid thing. I was like, girl, we have too much going on in this world to worry about that shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my God. Like, people are too locked in on random shit. And it's like, actually, let's focus on, ooh. Didn't realize there was a person there. Had no idea there was a person there. Girl, oh, girl, I was so confused. Did not realize there was a person there. Was so confused. Hello? I was like, what's going on? Okay, I need heals now. Shoot the pistol. Usually you get it at the rivalry location. At the rivalry, you can buy it there usually if it's on there. Oh my God, Harley, thank you for all those gifties. Oh shit, somebody's here. Hold on. I don't know why I'm shooting with this. You pushing or what? This is a bot. It's just a bot. That's just a bot. The rivals board is where you can get it. Yes, thank you. I couldn't think of the name of that. Harley, thank you for the hand hearts, guys. The hand heart reset itself there. Chat. Ah! This fucking building, dude. Fuck. I'm dead. I'm dead here, though. I'm trying to run. Fuck, wait, where was she? She was above. Oh my God, the third parties. Like, what am I supposed to do? The third parties are crazy this season. Oh, I knew it was a deadlock there. And if the shocks could break the building, I just shock up, but they don't work. Yeah, she just appeared. I knew she heard the fighting. That's the thing, is they hear the fighting and they immediately come running, honey. They come running right in. I'm like, okay, damn. Do. Sorry, guys, 1 second. I have to send a quick message. Favorite outdoor season? I kind of like spring and fall. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Angel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think it's for all the love. Holy cow. Guys, I'm so hungry. I'm starving, honey. I hate the Nemesis. Oh my God, I hate it. I actually loathe the Nemesis, guys. Ashley, give the follow. I appreciate it. I actually loathe the Nemesis. I just hate it. I don't think I'm good with it. I think it's the tap. Is that a raspberry tea? It is. I think it might be the tap rate for me. I don't really know. I guess I just don't know how to fire it well. I might die here. I'm trying to run from him. Now he's gonna get me. He's gonna get me. I can't move. Run! Run! Girl, he was on me. He thought he had an easy kill. He thought he has an easy kill. It was literally a Scooby-Doo chase there, yeah. Gotta be quicker than that. I don't know how I got out of that, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. I just escaped him fast, I think. Am I lagging for other people? Am I lagging for folks? No, you're good? Okay, I'm good. No? Good for me? Okay. Then it's you guys. Haley, they're gonna follow. It's not me, it's you. It's not me, it's you. It's not me, it's you. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sometimes going out and back in helps. Okay, slam. Sorry, guys, I got a message real quick. Boom. Hi, Brooklyn. How are you? Texas Roadhouse. Ooh, give me some of the cinnamon butter, please, so I can shove it down my gullet. So I can shove it down my gullet, honey. Bezos, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh my God. We did last night. Nice. Okay, thank you for the heart me. Not the gullet. Scarf it down, queen. Well, yes. Favorite gun any season? A Wrecker Revolver. Nothing beats a Wrecker Revolver. I'm not gonna lie. Jesus! What is that fire rate, dude? Fuck! I can't hit these shots. I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm not hitting the shots. She's just jumping too well. Girl, that's crazy. Girl, I hope she gets stream swipe. That's crazy. I think so, Bezos. Yeah. Honey was ruined when she bought it. She was crazy. She was much better than I was. She was much better than I was. All right, guys, we have about a half hour left to slay out our goals if we're gonna do some customs for the rest of the evening or afternoon. Danica, thank you for the follow. Really? Haley, guys, thank you for the love. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I think Luffy will be a pass that I do get. I know it's what I've decided to do for like my not my like boycott, but like my things with Fortnite and the current situation is like only getting what I actually really want from the shop and nothing else. So not getting things I actually will never use in the shop or anything like that. You know what I mean? So I think that's my usual thing, you know. Hi Devs, how are you? Good to see you. So that's what I think we're gonna be doing. Guys, thank you for the hand hearts too. Thank you for the love. Oh my gosh. Mrs. Stacks, how are you? How are you? Guys, we did open some Pokemon cards today, by the way. We had some good pulls. We got some good pulls today. Look at this new Meryl I got. Look at the Meryl we got, y'all. We had some good pulls. I might actually go to my card store today afterwards and see if I can sell some of the cards that I have. Got doubles for. Francisco!
My diet, Dr. Kelp.
Please, 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 don't
Mrs.
ruin
Stack
my life.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Thank you so much. We also pulled Boss's Order, which is a good one too. I have some duplicates. Are you filming your Pokeballs? Yes, I just filmed one. So we did some on stream. It's a Divoom, DIVOOMSTR. No, I haven't, Hostmad. I did film one. I need to edit it after stream. Tried the new profile pic yesterday. Wait, which one? New profile pic. Profile pic. Wait, which one? Oh, yes. Oh, my grinder one. Yes. I was like, wait, which one? But I was able to get a Lucario bundle today, so I did open that on stream. But I did film one that I need to edit after stream today. I just haven't had the time to do it yet. Grill a 25-course meal. Well, can the class see your new profile picture? I mean, I did show it yesterday. I'm feeling good. But I'm not going to show it every stream, you freak. Mr. Money, yeah, it was good. It's at the front of the VOD. It'll be up later. We opened 10 packs. It came with 10 packs. Hold on, there's way too many people here. There's somebody else here. There's somebody else here. Girl, where is she? Wait, let me get this first. Wait, oh my god, Viper! That Fig is run free in my mind. I'll show it again after stream. How's that at the end of stream? Bot. You go to the control keyboard for me. Oh my god. I tried playing controller the other night and I was like, nope, can't do it. I love the pickaxe. The pickaxe is one of my favorite things with this skin. It is one of my faves. One of my favorite things. Trade that for the pizza. Pizza. Is there another one? Do I get them all? Pizza. Please. Hi, Lucy. How are you? Jess, thank you for the gifties. Oh my god, look at you guys. User, thank you too. Oh my god, user. Whoa. User again going crazy with the gifties. Holy cow. Okay, crazy. Wait, there's a lot of bunks here. Guys, I'm nervous. There are way too many bunks here for my liking. Ooh. And she thought. By the way, I'm going to dance for that because she thought. Oh shit, there's somebody coming. She thought. Hold on, I gotta. Girl, fuck me. My God, honey. And now I gotta eat more pizza. God damn. And now I gotta eat more pizza. Jesus. I know she ate my pizza too. God damn. I don't want to take the Chaos Reloader. I know this is good. Well, I'll carry it for now. But I feel like I'm gonna regret that very soon. That's fine. You're definitely proud. Thank you. Gabrielle also with the sub. Thank you. Guys, we just have our goals on TikTok and then we've slayed all the goals for the day. So thank you so much. Oh, wait. What do I want to do here? I want to get rid of that. Everything with the follow too. I cleared a whole large pizza. My name's Tonka Jahari and I would never eat an entire pizza for myself. You guys saw that he ate a slice of the pizza. Like, hold on. Yeah, I really do love you. I don't think I do like the Chaos Reloader, but I think I like what's it's called better. The pump. No, but he didn't. I heard it. Listen, I would never order a whole pizza for myself. I never eat one either. But yes, y'all, purple slayed the goal, so we just have TikToks, and then we. Ooh, hi, boss. How are you, queen? I don't want to fight you. I'm not gonna fight you. You just hang out. I'm not interested. Oh, she attacks me anyways. Oh shit! I thought she. Oh, okay. No, they still attack. Okay. Girl, I'm on your team. Why are you attacking me? Girl, I'm on your team. Why are you attacking me? Is that Nemesis? No, I'm not taking that. Like, hello? Rude ass. Literally on Team Ice King. Wait, I need to get my thing over there. Can I grab? Did I didn't get this color. Like, hi Rocket, how are you? Bridget, thank you for the follow too. You guys are amazing. Slaying the goals. Start a rivalry here. Let's start a rivalry, honey. Where's my rival? Who do we have? Smell Wonk. I'm coming for you, Smell Wonk. There she is. She's staying right there. Smell Wonk is waiting for me to push in. Okay. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Got her. If we had our goal today, we're gonna be doing customs. We only have about 15 minutes left though. We got a little bit to do. What's better for the what, Francisco? Fortnite skin. This is one of my favorite skins. What'd you eat today, bestie? For breakfast, I had a bagel from Tim Hortons while I was driving to my accountant's office. And then for lunch, I just ate this taco bowl. We'll probably just do regular customs for today if we hit the goal. Eventually, I'm excited for when they do release the like being able to customize customs so that we could do like pickaxe only and stuff. I think that'd be really fun. I have a love-hate relationship with Tim Hortons. I think there's somebody down there. Girl, can I aim? Jeez, I could not find where she was. Oh, she kept going. Fortnite bundle for right there. Like, my God. Meow, meow, meow. Why was she like just hanging in here? Oh, my rivalry's coming, I think. Girl, I can't see where she is. Oh my God, I took fucking fall damage. Are you shitting me right now? Are you shitting me right now? I took fall damage. Are you kidding me? Dude, what is that? What are these shots right now, by the way? What is going on? What? Why were they not fight each other? They both were aiming just at me. Oh my God. Girl, that was insane. I was being thrown around. I was being thrown around like a twink in a bathhouse. Being thrown around like a twink in a goddamn bathhouse. God. Ugh. Val, thank you for the follow. Like, Jesus. My God. I couldn't even breathe. What's a bathhouse? Honey, I'm not telling you. I was literally like so far and I was like, I couldn't keep track of where I was. I swear. I never really used the gloves offensively. I guess I should try and use them more offensively. Sorry, 1 second, guys. One second, guys. Hold on, I got a message I gotta look at real quick. Go for TikTok. We just have our goal here. Yeah, there. Clever, thank you for the follow. Hello. The skin name I believe is Dreamer. Is it Dreamer? I can't remember. Guys, what's the name? I need to learn the name because I feel like if it's gonna become a regular skin, I'm gonna need to learn it. You know. I just don't get how they shoot you up so high. I feel like every time I try and do the uppercut, girl, I'm not going that high. Like when I knock somebody with the uppercut. Like, I was so far up into the sky. I was like, what the hell's going on? Do you have any good mid PC? Sorry, Pajana, like a PC recommendation? I don't. I'm sorry, bestie. I want a bagel from Tim's. Well. No! Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Every goddamn time I do that. It gets me. I don't know why. Oh my God. Every fucking time. I get so mad. Oh my God. That hole is like placed so badly because it always gets me. Like that specific one always gets me. Every time. Oh my God. Oh, Lord have mercy. Girl, what's going on there? Not a badly placed hole. Well, and how dare they? Dozy Dreamer, thank you. User with the rest of the hand arts. Oh my God, you're such a baddie. Guys, if you're joining in, let's play our intro to say hello, okay?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zeph and user, thank you.
Don't call, just text me, bitch.
I guess it's a goal. Hold on. Oh my God, she's bald.
TGIRL. You know I am that girl.
KP, send you love. A goat from ATL. Oh my God, she's bald. Wait, why is this not? Hello? It's not opening. Oh, T, hold on. T shade. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, there we go. And you guys in face FW. Kaylee, leave the follow, by the way. Let me set a random goal for the rest of the stream. Let's do, I don't know. Let's do donuts. We'll do donuts. Yeah, we're really close now, y'all. We're very close. We got about 10 minutes left. So if we can slay it up in 10 minutes, we will be doing customs for the last hour or so. But I'll give us a little grace period too for it. I've always wondered what was the context for the "oh my God, she's bald" clip, because I was wearing a wig I was dressed up as Velma for Halloween, for Happy's Halloween tourney. And so I took it off and I took off the wig because I was wearing a bald cap. And I was like, oh my God, she's bald. Jaquie, it's on TikTok. It's on TikTok. We've hit all our goals on purple though. I think the clip is actually, what is it from? There's another one where it's like, oh my God, she's bald, but I can't remember what it's from. I know that she's bald and she's Portuguese people have hair. I'm trying to think of what the other meme is from though. Jay Craig, guys, thank you for the gifted user. Thank you. Jenna, thank you for the heartbeat. She's bald and she's torturing people who have hair. Oren, thank you for the super GG. I don't know if it's landing here, but let me grab that real quick to be safe. Take the dualies instead. She's bald and she's torturing people who have hair. From Totally Spies. Oh, is that what it is? I think I know the meme from TikTok. Like, I think I've seen it on TikTok, and that's why I like, that's how I know it, I think. But gotcha. User! Oh my God, with 39 donuts. User, you're going crazy. Can we get some slaves for User 118 in the chat right now? User 118 is going absolutely hog wild. Girl, can I pay attention? Oh my God, I might die here. It's a bot. Just running. Girl, she said, let me run right into the barrel of your gun. Let me run right into the barrel of your gun. Not even trying to fight back. Just said, let me run right into it. Actually. Sometimes I do. Blitz is very fast paced for me. And so on stream, it's hard to play because I'm like yapping with y'all a lot of the time. You know. You know. Guys, I'm going to have to move here soon. Ooh. So it could be a little overstimming for me. Yeah, you gotta lock in bad for that one. Yep. Yup. All right, let's move. Oh my God, I have so far to go. Oh, it's the fucking squid. Let's go get Hogan 5000. Like a moth to a flame. Like a moth to a damn flame. Where is he? Here, Hogan 5000. Come here. Where are you, sweetheart? There you are. Oh, you're a real person. Fuck, you're a real person. Okay, thought it was a bot. Not a bot. Was convinced it was a bot. Was not a bot. Got cooked. Got cooked. Got cooked. I really wasn't trying because I was convinced that that username was a bot. I was like, well, whatever. Girl hitting every shot there. Oh, it's, you know, crazy. Usually it's the name I can tell immediately. If it's usually an uppercase name or an uppercase, two uppercase words with like 2 numbers or 1 long number, it's a bot usually. So like Awesome Potato 63 is a bot, right? That's the way I can normally tell. Usually. Oh my God, guys, thank you for the donation, Jay. Thank you. I'm Justice. And Jenna. Oh my god, all you guys. And yep, it's me. Also, but it was my father's name. Yeah. As a fan of potatoes, it's a great username. Yeah. Clocked. But Sarah Fortnite, I love you. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Twiggly Toe Story. And it's not making fun, I promise. Listen, no. It's just like a fun, I'm just awful at the game. The joke is I'm just awful at the game. Meow, 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 meow. All the playlists is cream name format, yeah. Missed you, Pookie. How are you? Hi, Shannon. What am I doing here? I think innuendo, yeah. Hi, Chunky. There's a lot of gunfire over here. Let's see. Sophie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Ooh. Jesus. Fuck, where was that? Oh my god, they're above. Woo! Oh, girl. I got nervous. That was close. Just the gifties, unfortunately, but tapping helps a lot too in general. Oh my god, I got nervous. But even if it's a few minutes after that we hit it, y'all, as long as it's like not like 6:45, you know what I mean, or 6:30, because it takes a little bit to get the custom setup. User, thank you for the donuts. I know they're mad too. I'd be mad because I definitely kind of third-partied there. Not gonna lie. See, like Wolfman 11, probably a bot. Or at least it sounds like a bot name. We'll see. We'll see if it is or not. It depends. User, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Jakui, it's on TikTok. It's just Gifties on TikTok. That's all that's left right now. That's all that's left right now. We slayed the goals on purple. Meow, meow, meow. I have no movement here. Irie, how are you? Hi, Victoria. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I have no movement. She's down here, I think. Girl, where is he? Oh. See, bot behavior there. User, thank you for the donuts. Wait, guys, I think we... Wait. Did we slay the goal? Did we hit it? Wait. Did it go through? Wait, what are we at? Did something happen? Boy. Did it go through? That was a slick hiding spot. Yeah, I don't know if what he was doing. Did we hit the goal? We did? Slay. Yay. That means we're doing customs, y'all. So get your ass logged into the game right now, because after this round, we're starting it up. All right. Get your ass logged in. Time to look at my iPad. Crazy. Get yourselves all logged in, okay? It went back to 90%. It might have auto just jumped. I'll change it. Sometimes the auto goes up a little bit. But yeah, guys, thank you so much. Thank you all of you for the gifties today. It means a lot to me. Let's actually take a couple of these with us. Bessie, I'm tired. Oh no. I hope you had a good day though. And Megan, thank you for the heart. We appreciate it. Okay. Ugh. You threw your hip out when we couch? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, that sounds awful. Okay, it's a regular circle at least. Please take care of yourself. Let's go down here. Ooh, there seems to be an interesting fight going on. I kind of want a third party it. I don't know if I'm gonna land in time for it though. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of distance on this, I think. Oh, I know they're pissed. Oh, I know they're pissed. I'd be pissed. I'd be so mad. Oh, I'd be so mad. Oh, fuck. Holy fuck. Okay, now I got what I deserve there. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oh my God, y'all. That was kind of crazy. Take that instead. All right, we're cooked. I know they're mad. I know. Guys, come on. That was kind of good. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I'm playing really good today. Like today I'm on, bitches. Today I'm on top of the world. All right. What did they have? Oh, nothing that I hate the nemesis, so I'm not going to take it. Shield bubs are very useful. They're more useful, I think, this season than, in my opinion, than what do you call it? Is there a big update tomorrow, Liz? Then what do you call it? Shit, what's it called? Help me. Help me. Bunks. For me, I can't hit my shot. I can hit my shots with it long distance, but it's not great for me close up. And I feel like I need, if I'm using an AR spot, I need something I can do both on. This is a bot. You know what I mean? Is the game gonna be solos? Yeah, probably solos. Yeah. Most likely. Okay with the slide. Why not? I got the gold for it. I got the gold for it. I got the gold. Damn sure. How do you use it? It's a burst shot. So I burst. I usually do 2 bursts, then swap to shotgun. 2 bursts, swap to shotgun if I can. If I'm going back and forth between the two, usually. Usually. I really would like a better movement item. I would love some shocks or gloves right now. They're a creator. What are your thoughts on Lily Tino? I don't know. I'll be real. I don't know. I mean, I think they're kind of crazy, but I don't think them being trans is the problem. And I think people are using Lily Tino as a way to be transphobic when they're like, whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, do I think they're probably crazy? Yeah. Do I think she deserves to have her pronouns still be used? Yes. You know what I mean? And I think people who are genuinely will say, oh, I'm a supporter of trans people, actively are using it as a way to be transphobic against a specific person with it. It's kind of crazy. Playing The Sims? Wait, really? That's crazy. Absolutely, yeah. Hi, Cassie Lee. How are you? Ten people left, by the way, y'all. We did it, the goal host. It went up. Yeah, she could be. I mean, listen, anybody can be crazy. But I don't think people are using her craziness as a way to like be transphobic. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, little snack. I appreciate it. Welcome in. And Copesy with a follow. We did hit the goal. It just auto shoots back up hose when we hit it. Bro, can I hit a shot today? I meant, oh, fuck. Where did he go? Dozy Dreamer is the name of the skin. He's trying to lure me out. He's firing because he wants me to third party. Look, he's like standing over there. He's like waiting. You see him waiting over there? He's like, he keeps hopping around. He like purposefully was trying to bait me out there because there's nobody else there to fight right now. Yeah, if I'm not seeing 2 sets of gunfire, then I know that I'm just being baited out. Like, if I'm not seeing 2 sets, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, the rooms. Yeah. That's, like, that's a different thing, though, you know? I think I want to keep what I have here. I do little stack. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm kind of locked in here a little bit. Trying to see where this person is. Seems they left. Seems wherever they are, they left. That chaos one, wait, the gold one? Where they are, yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Movement? No. Hi, Sylvie. How are you? Ooh. Yeah, we're so locked and loaded right now. It's kind of crazy, actually. We're so locked and loaded. I know. I feel like we're playing so good today. Yeah, I know. Missy does give some move. I should have went back for it, actually. That's okay. So they go to follow. I'm taking permanent slap for movement since we're like we're playing with so well this round. So well, hi Taylor, hi user, welcome in. Sorry guys, I'm kind of locked and loaded here a little bit. Hi Hot Rod. Again, thanks for not have to pay. Girl, I just paid $12K. I wrote a check for $12,000 today, and I said, I wish I was dead, Hot Rod. Sorry, I missed your message. And I wish I was dead. 12K. Oh, yeah. A girl was fucked. Excuse me? Yeah. I was like, okay. Now, I did save that much. You guys have to understand, though, we don't get taxes taken out on TikTok or anything. The government took to, girl, they wanted to take 30K from me, but I had write-offs, thank God. Like my TwitchCon write-off. They wanted to take 30K, though. And I said, no, honey. I'd rather go to jail than pay that. That's crazy. Yeah. I'm doing good. No holding back. Yeah, that's why I have an accountant, because I could not do all that shit by myself. I swear to God, it scares the hell out of me. So I literally was like, I would much rather have an accountant do this for me than me ever try and figure out what to do. Ever in my life. Oop. Girl, where are you going? Where'd she go? Oh my God, these are little runners. She's trying to run. Ooh. We got some going over here. Girl, that damn pisses me. Oh God, it pisses me off. Push over here. Shit. Oh. She's bubbling it. Girl, I cannot see. Fuck me. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. I'm 1 health. What the fuck was killing me? Oh my God, I'm dead. I'm effed. Oh, I'm so effed. Oh, I'm so effed. Oh, I'm so effed. Girl, that was crazy. Oh, honey. Every time. Down so just watching. I know I was like, girl, she was throwing me. Oh, she threw me. I need to use the gloves more offensively. I just never do. All right, baddies, we're gonna do some customs because you guys unlocked them today. It's crazy, Hot Rod. Out of how many games we played today? Like, let's see. We only had 1 win, I think. Like today alone, let's see how many games we played today. 89, that was my fall. 53, oh my God, 10. Like, just like insane. For first place, we had like all these games today, and it's just like insane. Insane, y'all. Yes, Zach, absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to set up the custom. So if you don't know how to do customs, I'm going to explain it one time because I hate explaining it. So everybody put your goddamn listening ears on right now. Hi, Ethan. How are you? Everybody put your listening ears on right now, okay? You guys are going to have to be on the same. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to go to your settings, okay? You're going to go to the 4th little thing over here, the gear, and you're going to change your matchmaking region to NA Central. Okay, that's the first thing you're going to do. Then you're going to go back and you're going to go to 0 build solos. Yeah. And then before I do the rest of that, guys, I want to show you the Pokemon cards I pulled today. We have a Meryl that I pulled today, which is so slay. And also a boss's order. Okay, we're kind of eating. And this Lucario. We pulled these on stream. All right, crazy. And we're going to sell these. Okay, anyways. So do that first. Then you're going to be on 0 build solos, the usual, as if you're going to play. And then what's going to happen, so with NA Central, you're going to scroll down like I am right here as if you're going to go look for something. And in the bottom right-hand corner, there's going to be something called custom key. And the custom key is going to be pure 1, 2, 3. Wait, I got to make sure I don't have caps on. Hold on. Do I have caps on? I got to see if I have caps locks on. I do. Okay. It's going to be all lowercase. Pure, P-U-R-E, 1, 2, 3. Accept, and then I'm going to hit play, and you guys can also hit play. And then you guys should be able to join in. Okay? NA Central. Pure 1, 2, 3. All right. And we're just going to do regular solos for this one, y'all. And this is why I do it this way, because I know it's going to take forever. Pure 1, 2, 3. I'm going to see if somebody else joins in, see if it works. Because sometimes she gets buggy for me. Sometimes she gets buggy for me. And no one else has joined yet. The clock is ticking. You guys join. Ooh, I'm in. Okay, it didn't work then. Motherfucker. Every time I try and do something fun. Okay, hold on. Let me go to a different, hold on. Let me go to a different game mode and come back. I'm changing the code. Hold on. Let's just see if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 works. Okay, the code is 12345. Try that, y'all. Do code 12345. Code 12345. See if that works. Cross your fingers. That worked. Okay, now you guys are in. It worked. I'm back. I was peeing, y'all. Wait, why is it not saying start? Uh-oh. I just clocked, guys. I don't think it's working. It doesn't say start for me. Uh-oh. It doesn't give me the...
Shut the fuck up game. You're first.
Tristan, think of the sunglasses.
You go first. Your turn.
Uh-oh. I don't have the fucking start button. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta cancel and redo it, guys. Hold on. Let's see if I try it now. Will it do it? No, I'm gonna have to close out of the game and come back in. I swear to God, it is the most buggy system in the world to run customs. Thank you, Tristan. I appreciate you. I swear to God. Black Widow, thank you for the gifties, by the way. Wait, did you kick me out? Yes, as I just said, it kicked everybody out, y'all. Because it's not currently working. Bam, bam, bam. All right, let me see if I can get this set up here. Okay, we're gonna try again. I'm gonna try it again. Hold on, I just need a second, y'all. Let me see if I can do it now. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. See if I just need to see if it shows up for me. Oh my God. Okay, no. Hold on. I might not be able to at this point. It's not working. Okay, plant 1, 2, 3. Try the word plant. P-L-A-N-T 1, 2, 3. Plant 1, 2, 3. Try that, y'all. See if that works. NA Central, y'all. I need to see if you guys get in. If it doesn't, I don't know what we're gonna do because this is the 4th time I've tried it now. Shit. Come on. Kicked you? Not working? Fuck. I don't know, guys. It's just like not letting me do it. I don't know why it's bugged. I'll try something else. I don't know. I literally don't know. Try boss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. BOSS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm trying, y'all. I really am. I'm trying. There's only so much I can do, though. It doesn't, Katie, because the servers are all the same. Yeah, we're still on Central. What does it say when you... What does kicked mean? What does it mean by kicked? I don't understand what that means, guys. Like, what is it giving you? Saying matchmaking error. Let me try NA East. Everyone change your thing to NA East. See if that works. I don't know what to do though, guys. It's just probably not gonna work. Says unsupported. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know. Let me try no numbers. Okay, NA East, I did Pure Boss. P-U-R-E-B-O-S-S. P-U-R-E-B-O-S-S. Try that, y'all. See if that works. I don't think it's working. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to do. I literally don't know. I mean, I can try. I'll restart one more time, but if it doesn't work again, I mean, I mean, I don't know what else to do. I can't figure it out. You know what I mean? No, I won't do that because then Ash, we would only get like 3 people in because we only have a half an hour left and that wouldn't be fair. We did already, Fig. I mean, I've restarted my game already. Trust me, we're doing all the things we're supposed to do, y'all. Yeah, it's something in the Fortnite server. It's a Fortnite server thing. But we'll try it again. Try it one more time here. See if this works. I'm just gonna try the word plant. See if that works. Okay, try the word plant, y'all. NA East. Plant, NA East. Yep, NA East, y'all. Didn't it work? Yeah, that's just not working. It's just not working. I don't know. I don't know. Booted, yeah. I don't know. It's not working. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I've done everything I'm supposed to do. You know what I mean? I actually didn't work, though. It didn't work. Should I doing duos? I don't want to do duos. I mean, I can try. We can try going back to NA Central and see if it works. I mean, I could try and do duos, but I feel like it's still not going to work. We'll go back to NA Central, everybody. We'll try go duos. We can try duos and see if it works. I don't think it will, though. We can try it. We can try it. Oh, let's see. Okay. The word is card 123. Card C-A-R-D 123. Card 123. Duo fill. NA Central now. NA Central now, y'all. NA Central now. Didn't work? Yeah. Yerp. She just, I don't know. Damn. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know why it's not working. I literally don't understand. That's lame. I'm kind of sad about that. I'm sorry, guys, because you guys earned that goal. I mean, we can try. We'll try it again for sure tomorrow if, like, for some reason it doesn't work. But yeah, it's just not working. Yeah, only we're going to have the start button. I don't know why. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what else. I mean, there's nothing else I can really do about it. You know what I mean? I do, Jay. I live on your FYP. I'm glad. Do update? Yeah, I'm assuming that's probably it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Thank you guys for slaying the goals, though. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. You can't you can't do creative anymore. It has to be an epic one. They actually took away custom matches on creative games. Yeah, it's just a Shix. Yeah, I know. It's just a thing that's in there. Someone said try squads online. Squads won't work either. I'm telling you guys, it just won't. If duos didn't work, it wouldn't work. I promise you guys. But you can't do anything that's not an epic based game. I mean, I could try Blitz maybe. I'll try Blitz if you guys want to try Blitz. Let's see. But it's just not work. As what I'm saying is it's not working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Blitz NA Central. Wait, is it working? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blitz NA Central 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have to be on the new update for it to work. You shouldn't have to be. I am on the most recent one. Solo. Okay, somebody's queued in. I have one person. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Lil Des? Is it 6 or 5? I can't remember. Did I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? It says 9 for me. It's still, see, now it's broken for me. Wait, it says 9 for you guys. Did I do 6? Or did I do 5? Yeah, I know you guys are checking into. You guys are joining like a random lobby. No, you're not in. You guys aren't in. You're in the wrong one. You're in the wrong one. You're in the wrong one. You guys got to put the right code in. You should. Right now, there's 3 people in. So if it's anything more than 3, you're in the wrong one. You counted to 6. The code is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now people are joining in. It should say 12 right now. 19 now. So we will at least do a blitz round, I guess. We'll be able to do a blitz round, I guess, at the very least. At the very least. Bam, bam. God. Sorry, I was looking at something there. 38. Yes. Okay, we're in. Yeah, there should be an easier way to do this. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We got 40. We'll just do Blitz, guys, because we have everybody in. You know what I mean? Jen, thank you for the heart me. We got everybody in. So I just want to, we're going to stick with Blitz because we got folks in. And then maybe we'll try the other after, if we get like after, we'll do if we have enough time, we'll do a regular match. I'm going to give folks like another 2 minutes or so to join in. How many people can join Blitz? Wait, how many people are in Blitz? I actually have no idea. How many people can be in Blitz? Is it 100? Oh shit, is it 30? I think 50. Okay, so we might not be able to get everybody in then if it's 50. I think Blitz is 36. Oh, I think you're over the amount. Okay, I'm going to start the match and we'll see how it goes. So if we didn't get in, we'll try again after this one. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize. I forgot that Blitz is a smaller group pool there. Raggy, yeah. Sarah, thank you for the follow. Hopefully folks are able to load in. Uh-oh. Okay, there's someone in a Chapel Roan skin. We have 2 people. It's me and one other person. Okay, it's me and Chapel Roan. It's me and Rocket for president, so I guess it didn't fucking work. I guess we can 1v1 baddie if you want to. I guess we can 1v1 if you want to, baddie. Oh my God. Girl, what the hell? Okay, so it didn't work. So it didn't work, guys. Well, damn. Hi, Stuffly Kitty. How are you? Wait, but I'm also in. You might be in with one other. Maybe put all of us into 1v1s. Yeah, is there somebody in the game with me right now? If you're in the game, come to, I don't know. Come to the Golden Llama here. If you're in the game with me, come to the Golden Llama. I won't kill you, I promise. It put us all in 1v1s. Okay, well. Oh, there is somebody. Okay, hi, baddie. Well, damn. Sorry, baddie. That's funny. I won. Damn, I can't. Well, that sucks. Okay, we'll try it. Well, it worked. I don't even know what to do. Let's try it on regular BR again and see if it works now. I'm going to try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It might have done that because we were over the limit. It might have. See if it kicks you this time. I think it's just the game. Wait, we got somebody in. I see one person queued. Solos. Okay, I see 6. Oh my God, it might be working. It might be working, y'all. Central. Central, yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Sorry, guys. Look at my phone real quick. Hold on. I'm doing good, Iraq. How are you? I'm doing good. All right, we're queued in, y'all. All right, we're gonna give it like 5 minutes, y'all. Maybe like 4 minutes to queue in. See as many folks to get in because we'll probably only be able to do one round, I think. Probably only one round or so. So we'll try and get as many folks in. Or text the man's no. It's just us against each other, Sunny Slithers. Us against each other. That's okay, Iraq. It's called the Divoom, D-I-V-O-M. The code is 1234567 1234567 is the code. Is the code. Is the code. Hi, I heard Jay. How are you? Central, right? Yeah. Yep, any Central. Why am I nervous? Don't be nervous. It's going to be fun. We are, Jasmine. Yes. Wait. How do I... Guys, how do I undo a repost? I actually reposted something on Twitter. I didn't mean to. And it won't let me do it. Hello? Games have been good. We only have the devout. Yeah. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Yeah, it's saying I can't do it. It's saying just repost. Like it won't let me like unrepost it. I can't unrepost. It won't let me unrepost it. I'm trying to unrepost something and it won't let me. It just won't do anything. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to figure that out later. Zero build. Yep, zero build solos. Guys, make sure to read what the mods are putting. They're putting it in the chat, guys. I need you guys to look at the chat and use your reading things, y'all. Mods are pinning, mods are typing it in the chat, y'all. They are all on there. Okay, make sure you guys are reading. You have to go to the profile and post from the profile. Okay, is it a direct reject? No, it's not a direct reject. It's something I didn't want. It was there's an accidental repost that I didn't want to repost. You know what I mean? It's still not let me do that. I went to the profile too. I don't know. Yes, Cammy. All right, guys, we got 2 more minutes left. On Twitter was KDB? No, on Twitter. Sorry, Twitter guys. Twitter guys. Twitter guys. It doesn't show a repost on Twitter. Like my most recent, there's no repost there. It's one for an AI thing. I didn't want to repost it. I hit it by accident. Yep, Zero. You can still join in, y'all. You got time. You got time. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of that one. That's okay. I'll figure it out. I might have to like hop on my Twitter on PC. Okay, guys, 1 more minute. 1 more minute left. 1 more minute left. City, thank you for the heartbeat. What's the best food to order other than pizza? Shay, maybe... Mexican food, maybe? Like something like build your own stuff, maybe? Taco Bell, true. All right, we're gonna start the match in 1 more minute. You got 1 more minute to join. 1 more minute. 1 more minute. 1 more minute to join. To put the coin. So, Shane, if you scroll down, there's a thing right here in the bottom corner called custom key. You have to like scroll down as you're looking for a new game mode, and it's custom key. That's where you're gonna look there. I'm gonna give folks another minute to join. Scroll down a little bit and hit that custom key. Hold on, I gotta go full video for a second. Give me 2 seconds because I want to see if I can turn this off on my thing. 2 seconds, y'all. Bum, bum, ba, ba. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Okay. Sorry, guys. I had something on my thing I had to fix real quick. Pew, 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 pew. Oh my god, I love the dancing in the background. It's cute, right? This is regular fighting. We're gonna do regular fighting for this one, guys. Just regular fighting for this one. So if you're putting the code on, you're going to scroll down to where you find a different game mode, and you're going to see in the bottom right-hand corner something called custom key. You're going to click that and type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then hit play. Kayla, we're at 6:40. I do have to end at 7 because I have a phone call at 7:15. So I do have to end at 7. So yes, we will, so we probably will only have time for one. But what I will do, guys, because we did hit the goals and we slayed them and it didn't work for like the first little bit, we'll do another custom tomorrow too. Because I feel bad. We'll do another custom tomorrow too because I do kind of feel bad, you know. So we will do that. But I do have to end because I have a phone call. I do have a phone call. All right, guys, we're gonna start it up. You have just another second. By the end of this song, there are 58 in. Yes, guys, thank you for the Penny. Thank you, Sydney. Thank you, guys, for the donuts and the gifties. You're good. Like, oh my god, join us. Listen. Bum bum bum. Julia, I'm sorry bad. No, you're not. All right, we're gonna start it. Are you ready? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting the match. Hopefully this works and it doesn't put us all in 1v1s or I'll pass out. Also, the rule is no stream sniping me. If you stream snipe me, then I have to ban you forever. That's the rule. Okay. That's the rule. No stream sniping. Lemon squeeze. I think so. Possibly. Shade, thank you for the donut too. I do think we may. Papa John. Okay, it looks like we all loaded in. Yay! I get that very often, man. Yay, it does look like it worked. Yay, baddies. Let y'all in. I do, gamer. Yes. Slay. We have 43 in so far. If you don't get in, I'm so sorry and I love you forever. The servers are ass right now, so it's not letting everybody in, I've noticed. So if it's not letting you in and you get booted, I'm so sorry. But it looks like we have everybody in. We are at 57, so it looks like we have almost everybody in. Yeah, Shay. So you have to have a creator code to be able to do the customs, but yeah. That you can do. Dino's driving the bus, y'all. Everybody think Dino. Everybody think Dino. So yeah, they're fun. My creator code is that zesty bestie, all one word. And thank you guys for using it if you do. B, thank you for the heart me. That zesty bestie, all one word. If you do exclamation Fortnite in the chat too, it'll give you the code and the spelling for it as well. As well. What do we have here? Drop that. Try that. Bloop. Hi, Evergreen. How are you? Thank you for the hearts, fun guys. Thank you for the gifties. Appreciate it. Yeah, every 2 weeks you have to re-enter in the item shop. That is true. 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 It is very laggy, yeah. On Nintendo Switch. Yeah, you guys are eating down. We're 3 followers away from 100 followers this stream. Okay, there's like nothing here, y'all. Did not get the loot I was hoping for. I don't know if rivalries work in customs. We're gonna find out. Complicated, welcome in. Thank you for the great. How are you? Thank you for bringing your community over. Hope you had a fabulous stream. Welcome in, Raiders. We're actually doing a custom match right now with our community, so welcome in. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining, and I hope you're doing good. And welcome, welcome. Rivals, do you work? Oh, slay. Love. Oh, took fall damage. Who am I going against? Who is it? Jaquee. Girl, if you kill me, we're done. I'm kidding. It's Jaquee. Sorry, Chica. Love you. Love you. Few wins, nice. Sorry, Chica. Sweaty today? Yeah, I was definitely sweaty today. Now, where'd they run off to? Now, where'd they run off to? Evergreen, thank you for the gifties. I really appreciate that. It's giving Hunger Games. It is kind of, isn't it? It's giving Hunger Games. Oh! Okay, I just made it. Oh, you're gonna let me get you, Jaquee. Love you, girl. Sorry, Queen. Had to take that win there. Ooh! Let's go right on the, you know what. I saw you coming. Oh, sorry. Come here. It's okay, I'm honored. No, wait, guys! I'm running. Look at me. Hold on, where are they? Wait, can I do the fist thing while I have this? Ooh. Oh, hi, Patty. Oh, God. How do I get off of this thing? Sorry, queens. Oh, I feel bad. You guys keep trying to like emote with me. And I'm just wiping you all out. Sorry. My B. You guys can eliminate me. You guys can fight me. You don't have to like hide, you know. I mean, you can try to eliminate me. I don't know if you will. Girl. Come here. Comedy King, that's me. Why is the llama bar not working? I don't see it. Do you guys see it? Oh, our rival got intercepted. There it goes. Oh, wow, that really gave me nothing. Tish, I'm glad you did. You definitely said, oh no. Oop. I have no idea. Girl, what's going on over here? What are you doing, queen? Where are you going? You good? Somebody else shooting at me. And I died. Ooh! Somebody's playing the sniper game. Sneaky, sneaky. Girl, I forgot the llama just follows you the whole time. I hate that. Oh. What's the llama? I gotta break it. But it's so hard to break. It's literally just like it just is crazy. Like, come here, llama. Let me try and see if I can. It takes forever to break the damn thing. It has so much health. Okay, leave it the follow. It has so much health. Oh my god, stand, and it won't stand still either. That's the other problem. Like, do you see how much health it has? Oh my god. Hi, KR. Takes freaking forever. Yeah, it literally has so much health. Sorry, baddie. Listen, I'm playing the game, y'all. I know you guys are like sneaking around. Y'all are sneaking around. Got me. You guys can actually try and fight me. You little sneaks. Oh, Jesus. Now, girl, what are we doing? Now, girl, what are we doing there? Scared the shit out of me there. Now, girl, what are we doing? Who was that? Who was that, y'all? Somebody's in the car outside. Wants my attention. Wait, did I leave a purple snipe back there? Oh, it's okay. That's all right. Thought I saw some. Oh. Sorry, girl. Sorry, girl. Sorry. Take them into the rift and it'll break. Will it really? I know everyone has crowns. What the hell's going on here? Why do you all have crowns? What the freak? Why do y'all have freaking crowns? Oh, fight going on up there. Fight going on up there. You got. Oh! Somebody got me. Good for you. Who was that? You guys always have a stupid ass anonymous mode on. Turn off anonymous mode and claim your win. You got a headshot on me, queen, whoever it was. All right, let's keep observing. We're gonna keep observing. Me too, Karma. I know this person's sweating. I don't know who you are, Figs, but I know you're sweating already. Me too, Juicy J. Me too, Juicy J. By the way, hi, bossy lady. Chris, guys, thank you for the donuts. I appreciate it. I'm scrolling through. You're okay, Lil Des. Now, Cole, get your ass out of there. No camping on this map. You little shits. No camping. All right, I'm walking, yo. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Oh. Lana, thank you for the heart me. We'll keep hopping through. Let's see. Who else we got? I love this. Wait, what skin is this, by the way? I actually really love this skin. Yeah, baddie. Girl, you better get out of the storm. Wait, what skin is this, though? I love the skin. Marissa, thank you for the hot cross buns. And Kara as well. It's a cute-ass skin. Studio Scout. Oh, I think I have the boy one. I think I have the boy one. The one that you can, like, customize. But you better be careful, girl. There's someone right up on top of you. Girl said, let me emo instead of fighting. Girl said, let me emo instead of fighting. Started emoting. I know. Oh, queen. Ooh! Now, Cole, what are you what are you doing, Cole? It's this click skin. Who's Brandon? Who is this? Huh? Click skin. Me. Sweat. Oh, oh, boo! Lil Zach, if you have a Cybertruck, girl, oh, I'm gonna fight you. At least none of you are wearing the Tung Tongues to her skin, or I would have lost my mind. If any of you were wearing that, I would have fought you to death, okay? How many people are left? There's 10 people left, y'all. You guys are kind of eating. I died fast. I was cooking and then I was not. I hate it. Do you, Sophie? I hate it too. Yeah, Yajikui, you knew one. Oh. Oh. I know, hoes. These sweats. I will say we always get some sweats in customs. Usually. Usually. What cam do you use? I use a Sony mirrorless A6100 with a Sigma lens. Bush camping. Who is bush camping? We probably won't be able to do another. No, because I have a phone call today at around 7:15, Kayla. So I said we'll do another one tomorrow. We had just so many errors with it. Yeah, we'll finish this out. But like at 7:15ish, I do have a question. All right, not a question, a call. Hi, Mallard. Then people left. Oh, who's the camp? Oh! Oh, this is interesting. Marisol, make it ticket patty. Another question, maybe Google. The circle's tiny, y'all. Oh! Oh, so we went down. I use Community Bank. Oh, but it's local to NA East. Oh! Gotcha. Now, all of you better... Okay, I'm gonna count to 5, and y'all better stop fucking camping. Thank you for the follow on Tiger. Ooh! Oh, she ate. She ate there. Bestie ate there. We got Julia, Anonymous, who is, wait, who is it again? Who, this person eliminated me. And, oh my God, sweat, Lil Des. Oh my God. And she emoted and she almost regretted that. And that's what you get for emoting. You lose all your health. And that's what you get for emoting. That's what you get. Sweat. Sweat. GG's, baby. GG's. Those were good. Nice on Tiger. That was good, y'all. And thank you guys for not ruining it with stream sniping. It was fun. No, Lil Des, you did great. That was wonderful. Thank you guys. That was actually a lot of fun. Yeah, we just finished a custom round. Dusty, thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, though, baddies, this is where we have to wrap up stream for the evening. I'm so sorry. But as a reminder, tomorrow's stream is at a different time. Let me break this down real quick. Before you leave, before we end, I need to tell you guys what's going on for tomorrow, okay? Very, very important, okay? Tomorrow, we are going live because we have been invited to be on the TikTok Live Gaming channel at 3 p.m. EST. We are doing a live stream at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, okay? Not on this channel, not on my channels or on Twitch. We are doing an hour-long stream on the official TikTok gaming channel, okay? After that stream ends, so around 4, maybe 4:30, we will go live on our regular Twitch and TikTok on here, and do a little bit of a later evening stream. We won't go crazy late, but we'll do a little bit of a later evening stream tomorrow, okay? So tomorrow's stream will be later on in the afternoon, starting at 3 p.m. EST on the official TikTok channel. I'll post about it in the Discord if you're not in the Discord. So just know if you're like, why isn't Zesty live at 1 o'clock? It's because we have a special opportunity tomorrow. So it's gonna be fun. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. So that's the tea. That's the shade there. How many hours are you behind in for the UK? I don't know specifically. Look up Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time usually. And then that'll tell you. But for me right now, it's 7 o'clock. So I love you guys. Have a beautiful evening. Please take care of yourselves. Yeah, I'll also post in the Discord too when we go live on the channel, so you guys can like come find it there. So don't worry. We'll have all of that there posted. And yeah, all right. I love you lots. Take care of yourselves. Stay zesty, stay fabulous, stay wonderful. I'm going to end the TikTok live. We're going to raid out on Twitch. So join us on Twitch for the raid. And thank you guys for an amazing day. I'll talk to you soon. Mwah. Bye, baddies. Bye, TikTok. All right. Let's raid on out, baddies. Oh, Kaylee is live. We're raiding Kaylee right now. We're raiding Kaylee right now. Okay. All right. You're joining me for my good friend Kaylee. Okay. Right now. We're hitting that raid button. Make sure to join in right now for the raid, okay? To show some love. I love you all dearly. Please take care of yourselves. Get some food, get some water. Do all the things that you do. Drop some zest for her. She's amazing. I love you dearly. Make sure if you're on mobile to click it on the raid. As you can see, we have 268 people, but only 106 in the raid because mobile gets effed up all the time. So make sure to do that. Otherwise, I love you lots. Thanks for being who you are. You all are wonderful people. And I'll see you. You did great, Alyssa. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye, baddies. Mwah. I love ya. I love ya. Bye, y'all. Ooh. Join that raid.